Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Topping your Fox 45 Early Edition newscast, we're taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, and Towson as we track severe heat moving into our region today. Today through the middle of the week will be the hottest days of the year and possibly record-breaking temperatures. Good morning to you. It is Monday, September 4th, Labor Day. Let's go ahead and get started with your forecast here. Amy Aronson, meteorologist, looking at what we can expect for this Monday.
Yeah, it's going to be a hot one. Kicks off what could be our hottest stretch, longest hottest stretch since 2020. So it's been quite some time since we've seen numbers this high. We're starting off very warm this morning, already in the mid and upper 70s to get things started. So that's early this morning without the help of the sun. That would mean earlier over later for walking the dog today. Remember, they get hot too, especially with hot pavement temperatures. I'd knock it out before sunrise if possible, because these numbers will continue to warm and climb through the 70s. And we're actually going to make a run at near record levels again today. We actually set a new record yesterday, so it looks like we're in shooting range of doing that again today. I'll let you know exactly how hot it's going to get and how long this hot heat wave is going to last in just about 10 minutes.
Another senseless, cowardly act of gun violence in our city that strikes a young child who's now in the hospital.
We have to deal with the prevalence of guns in our community, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's the right thing to do.
Now to a city in crisis where it's been a violent Labor Day weekend. A man is dead, multiple others are injured following more than 9 shootings across the city.
I'm concerned about my safety because no one's safe really nowadays. You have to watch your back, you have to look over your shoulder, wherever you go, because this is Baltimore City.
Baltimore police are investigating a total of 9 shootings that happened over the holiday weekend. In just over a week, state lawmakers will hold a special hearing in Annapolis to talk about Maryland's juvenile crime crisis. It is not a special session, but it can be used to enact new laws or change existing ones. It comes on the heels of several violent incidents involving young people this summer. Fox 45 News obtained a video of an 11-year-old in handcuffs. He was allegedly stole a car, but police say he cannot face charges because of his age. And then in mid-August, 3 teens were arrested after allegedly shooting at police from a stolen car in northeast Baltimore. 2 of those suspects are under 18 and had previous arrest records for car theft, according to police. And then just last week, a 14-year-old was one of 2 teens arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. He was wearing an ankle monitor at the time and is one of 2 preteens apparently under supervision from the Department of Juvenile Services.
It has to be a 24-hour monitoring, 7 days a week. They have to respond if the child is absent or not compliant with the terms of GPS and from detention.
We are literally saying, what do we need to do more rapidly so that kids know right away, you cannot mess around with this. This is serious stuff. And so that's evolving.
Now, several states' attorneys across Maryland say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable.
What we're realizing when we talk to young people is that young people, the juveniles, know there's nothing that we can do.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them, they're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one, can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day.
The state's attorneys are taking this issue with 2 particular laws: the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, which prevents children 13 years old and under from being charged with most crimes. They also take issue with the Child Interrogation Act, which keeps police from questioning juveniles without an attorney or parent present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during this year's legislative session, but did not approve any changes. That brings us to our question of the day. What would you like the governor to do about juvenile crime before the next legislative session? Listen to prosecutors or make no changes to the current laws? So far, 95% of people who have voted say listen to prosecutors. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Baltimore police are still searching for suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. This is after an 18-year-old and a 14-year-old were arrested last week. 2 other teens were already in custody in connection to this shooting, but none of the suspects have been charged with murdering 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez or 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi. The acting police commissioner, Richard Worley, says the investigation is far from over.
I want to be very clear, this investigation is not ending anytime soon. Every tool in our tool belt will be used to identify and apprehend those responsible for this horrific and tragic incident.
The latest arrests come just one day after city agencies released their after-action reports, detailing potential missteps in the moments leading up to and after the shooting. At 5:30, Shannon Lilly's going to join us live with some of the lingering questions about those reports. Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the 3 organizations that released after-action reports last week. Our complete coverage is available for you right now at foxbaltimore.com. A blaze starting from an ambulance tears through a fire station. The damage done and how it's going to impact this station moving forward in Prince George's County. And today we're going to feel really hot, possibly record-breaking temperatures. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking how long these summer-like temps will last. Before we head to the break here, a quick look at your Len Stoller traffic network. Those Baltimore regional cameras looking clear for you this Labor Day. Stick with us here at Fox 45 Morning News Early Edition. All local, all morning.
.38 on this Monday morning, this Labor Day morning. We're off to a really warm start already, and temperatures are only going to climb today. So make sure you're staying hydrated. We are approaching record levels today. I think we'll definitely set a new record. Current record stands for 96. We're aiming for a high close to 100, which we actually haven't seen since July 20th in 2020. I do have the feel like temperatures written in that tiny text too. It's going to feel like we're in the triple digits, feeling like we're close to 102 today with a mix of clouds and sun. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this heat wave's going to last and what finally brings it to an end later this week. Taylor?
All right. In Anne Arundel County, state police say a 65-year-old man is arrested for alleged sexual solicitation. Investigators tell Fox 45 News not even 2 weeks ago, Luis Esteban Bernudo engaged in an inappropriate text chat online with who he thought was a 13-year-old girl. It was actually an undercover officer. Barunda is currently being held without bond at the Anne Arundel County Detention Center. In Prince George's County, authorities are now investigating an ambulance fire that spread through an entire fire station in Upper Marlboro.
The ambulance did burn with so much intensity that it scorched the side of Rescue Squad 20. It melted the lights and burned the paint off of the side. The fire burned up into the ceiling and partially through the roof of the firehouse. So we have significant damage.
Wow. Thankfully, no one was hurt here. The older building did have some smoke alarms, but no sprinklers. Now, while an investigation is underway, fire crews from that station will work out of a station down the road with no service interruptions. SAG-AFTRA may be organizing yet another strike, this time against major video game companies. After the break, now why those negotiations are already scheduled to resume later this month.
I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington. Coming up, why Republicans say they plan to investigate the Biden administration's response to the Maui wildfires.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Angela Brown this morning on the National Desk. Migrant children in one city have no requirement to get important vaccines while attending the very same classes with kids from the U.S. Our Washington insider here to discuss that issue Monday morning on the National Desk. America's News Now.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Continuing coverage this morning of the federal response to the Maui wildfires as it comes under intense scrutiny. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us from Washington with more on the response to those fires that claimed the lives of at least 116 people.
Devastating hurricanes, disastrous wildfires, racking up astronomical recovery costs. The White House now says FEMA needs more money, asking Congress on Friday to authorize an additional $16 billion in emergency funds, a $4 billion increase from the initial $12 billion asked for last month.
Every American expects FEMA will show up and when they're in the middle of a disaster, and I'm calling on Congress to make sure you're able and have the funds to be able to continue to show up.
This request comes as congressional Republicans increase scrutiny of the Biden administration's response to the Maui wildfires, promising to launch an investigation, specifically looking at how federal tax dollars are being spent.
We want to make sure that tax dollars are going to where they're supposed to go, to the people who need it the most.
Criticism escalating following reports FEMA personnel in Maui were staying at five-star resorts 40 minutes from the disaster site, such as the Four Seasons. These luxury hotels typically cost more than $1,000 a night. We asked FEMA how much they paid and have not heard back. Some questioning why responders didn't opt to stay at cheaper hotels closer to the disaster site. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell says she'll cooperate with any congressional investigation.
I'm happy to testify on what the federal role was in this process.
Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he wants to know why so many people died in the fire in this day and age. Also, Biden himself taking criticism for the nearly 2 weeks it took him to visit the island.
Wow, he's finally here. Yeah, thanks for nothing.
The additional FEMA funding request could further complicate budget talks on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans struggle to find a solution in time to avoid a partial government shutdown on October 1st. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
All right, your Labor Day Monday is going to be very hot. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at how hot it's going to be this afternoon.
Yeah, dangerously hot at times. It's not bad at the moment, but of course the sun not up yet. We've got a couple of hours until that happens. We're in the mid-70s already to start. And yeah, that's not a typo. We are aiming for 99 degrees today. I think some spots could get awfully close to 100 for the first time since July 20th in 2020. So it's been quite some time since we've seen temperatures that hot. We are tracking extreme heat throughout the week. Actually, no storms until the very end of it. And then it's going to be not as hot by the weekend because of that. So we finally break this heat wave up. I'm starting off with a heat index early this morning. Right now, it's not too different from the actual temperatures, but this is how warm it feels because we're also tracking just a little bit of humidity, and that's going to make a difference today. So here's a preview of how hot it's going to feel. Feeling like we're in the upper 90s and triple digits as we roll through the afternoon today. So even if we don't reach 100, it's going to feel like it. Feeling close to 104 in Baltimore by 4 o'clock. Pretty brutal stuff. Staying pretty uncomfortable overnight tonight. Not much of a cool down. We'll start off your Tuesday feeling like we're in the upper 70s, low 80s. Doesn't get much better through the afternoon. Another day where it's going to feel like we're in the stifling triple digits again. So this is a prolonged heat wave that's going to take us through at least the first half of the week. Not only are we challenging records today, that's going to be the case the next few days. So yesterday we set a new record. Looks like we'll definitely do it again today. Temperatures are kind of off the charts here. 99 is what we're forecasting. Current record stands at 96 from 2019. Tomorrow we're forecasting a high of 98. Current record 96 from 1954. And Wednesday also forecasting a high of 98. And the current record stands at 98 degrees from 1983. So here are some tips you should keep in mind, not only today, but pretty much all week long. Number one, stay hydrated. That means drink lots and lots of water, more than you normally do. Loose and lightweight clothing is highly recommended if you're doing anything outside. If you are going to be outside, make sure you're taking breaks and take your breaks in the shade or the air conditioning. Also, check in on your neighbors and your friends and also your pets. Limit their time outside, especially as we head through the heat of the afternoon. Now, if you're not a fan of this, I know a lot of folks are ready for fall. Here's some good news from the Climate Prediction Center. This just updated. It's our 8 to 14-day temperature outlook. Runs through mid-September, so September 11th through the 17th, and it includes us in this blue color here. That means a much better chance that temperatures will drop back down below average. This week, not necessarily the case. We are well above average pretty much every single day. For perspective, we should be in the mid-80s. Instead, we're talking upper 90s, not only today, but Tuesday and Wednesday too, actually all the way through Thursday. That's when I throw in that chance for some spotty storms. They do become more scattered Friday and Saturday with the passage of that next weather maker, and that brings an end to this hot stretch. So we are back in the mid-80s starting on Saturday. By Sunday, so much better. Low 80s and dry again. Taylor?
All right, due to the intense heat this week, some Baltimore City schools will be dismissing early tomorrow and Wednesday. 12 schools are now listed. None of them have working air conditioning. Baltimore City school leaders said all schools would have working AC by the start of this school year, but that appears not to be the case here. You can find more on those early dismissals and the ongoing issues with the AC in city schools on our website, foxbaltimore.com. All right, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. Everything moving smoothly as we track one disabled vehicle this morning, though, on 695 at 795, and the other is on 895 north at the Baltimore Tunnel. Neither is impacting the flow of traffic right now. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning. All right, trending now, SAG-AFTRA already on strike against major TV companies. They're going to authorize a second walkout, this time against video game companies. This comes ahead of negotiations scheduled to resume later this month. The union says talks have reached a stalemate, and the strike authorization vote is needed as the union tries to negotiate pay increases and protection from artificial intelligence. SAG is seeking a new 3-year contract as its previous one expired last fall. A union negotiator says the video companies are offering nominal pay increases, but the offer does not keep up with inflation. Also trending this morning, following quickly on the success of India's moon landing, the country's space agency launches its first spacecraft dedicated to studying the sun. It's now heading for an area located between the sun and the Earth where the gravitational pull of both cancel each other out. The agency says it's the prime spot to monitor the sun without wasting fuel. It comes less than 2 weeks after the country successfully landed a rover on the moon, and the achievement made India the 4th nation in the world to do so and the 2nd country in the 21st century. This week, lawmakers are moving on back to Capitol Hill. Coming up, how they plan to address the concerns of a possible government shutdown.
Former President Donald Trump proving to be unstoppable in the polls. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at a growing movement to try to stop him another way.
You're watching Fox 45 Morning News Early Edition, all local, all morning. Stick with us here this Labor Day. We'll be right back. All right, taking you live to the White House. As new polling data suggests, the GOP primary might be over before it really begins. Despite sitting out of debates, former President Donald Trump's lead is expanding. National correspondent Christine Frizzau takes a look at the numbers.
Despite 4 indictments and 91 felony charges, Donald Trump's support in the 2024 GOP presidential primary remains impenetrable. A new Wall Street Journal poll showing his numbers actually on the rise, now at 59%, up 11 percentage points from April.
There's plenty of time between now and the Iowa caucuses and when these primaries get underway. And
this as his rivals carry on, meeting voters face to face in states like Iowa and New Hampshire, nearly all with poll numbers in the single digits. Still, Vivek Ramaswamy enjoying a small post-debate bump. He spoke with Chief Political Correspondent Scott Thuman Saturday on his bus in New Hampshire.
I'm saying he's the best president of the 21st century by definition. However, we have to aspire to more. I think I'm single-handedly best equipped to reunite this country.
Meanwhile, there is growing movement as well to raise red flags about Donald Trump's ability to hold office. Legal scholars, including many conservatives, pointing to the insurrection clause of the Constitution. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment aimed at those who have engaged in insurrection or rebellion after taking an oath to support the Constitution.
An insurrectionist who tried to overturn the country's Constitution cannot be entrusted with protecting it in the future.
But others warn allowing secretaries of state to remove Trump's name from the ballot in their states would yield a constitutional crisis.
It's a bizarre idea, plainly unconstitutional.
Constitutional scholar Alan Dershowitz now offering to argue his point if this case gets to the Supreme Court.
We've been misled into thinking this is a disqualification provision for a candidate. No! It's a removal provision for a sitting president and sitting senator.
The 2024 primary already shaping up to be unprecedented as candidates hold on to hope their efforts could shift the political headwinds they face. The first primary is still more than 4 months away. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Now, from the White House to Capitol Hill, a debate over government spending is brewing in Congress as lawmakers return from a month-long recess. While a debt ceiling deal is in place, House Republicans are trying to cut more spending, which could undo a spending bill in the Senate. A potential shutdown is on the table if a deal is not worked out. The uncertainty has business leaders on edge.
They are, I think, in some cases frustrated that this is how government operates. You know, what businesses need to be successful is predictability. You know, predictability, some semblance of, regular order.
The White House is urging Congress to pass a short-term spending bill in order to avoid a shutdown. As it stands, the government is currently funded through the end of September. It'll be all eyes on Senator Mitch McConnell as he returns to Washington this week. The top Republican froze again while speaking to reporters last Wednesday. It's raising questions over his ability to lead. Here's Senator Mike Rounds pushing back against those concerns.
Mitch is sharp and he is shrewd. He understands what needs to be done. I'll leave it up to him as to how he wants to discuss that with the American public, but there's no doubt in my mind that he is perfectly capable of continuing on at this stage of the game.
Now, meanwhile, Nikki Haley is calling McConnell's incident a symptom of a greater congressional problem. While on CBS, the GOP presidential candidate pointed out 90-year-old Senator Dianne Feinstein's health issues and called for a younger generation to lead Congress.
At what point do they get it's time to leave? They need to let a younger generation take over. We want to go and start working for our kids to make sure we have a strong national security, to make sure we have a stronger economic policy.
Haley has also previously called for congressional term limits and mental competency tests for all U.S. senators.
It's been a violent Labor Day weekend. Just ahead, the number of shootings police are reporting, including one right here in Fells Point.
And that violence comes just over a week before lawmakers gather to discuss juvenile crime. Coming up, the laws they'll be discussing in Annapolis.
And I am tracking some dangerously hot temperatures this week. I'll let you know exactly how long this heat wave is going to last and how hot it's going to get in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, September 4th. It is Labor Day. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is going to be an extremely hot Labor Day today.
That sounds good.
Well,
finishing out summer. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with a look at the forecast. I'll take a few more hot days.
It's going to be really, really hot for a long period of time, too. We haven't seen temperatures this hot since 2020, so it's been quite some time. We're already off to a pretty warm start this morning. We have lots of mid-70s to get things started right now, so already a little toasty out there. As we head through the rest of the afternoon, these numbers are only going to climb. So temperatures will be climbing today and warming quite a bit. As you plan out the rest of your Labor Day, plan on getting something cool, maybe some ice cream or a snowball, as temperatures near the triple digits. If we reach 100 degrees, it'll be the first time since July 20th in 2020. Either way, it's going to feel like it. You factor in just a little bit of humidity, and it's going to feel like we're over 100 degrees at times this afternoon. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this summery stretch is going to last and what eventually brings it to an end. Patrice?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. Overall, we're moving pretty smoothly this morning. We are tracking a disabled vehicle at 695 and 795, and it's impacting the flow of traffic just a little in that area. So something to keep an eye on, but otherwise you're in the green.
Another senseless, cowardly act of gun violence in our city that strikes a young child who's now in the hospital.
We have to deal with the prevalence of guns in our community, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's the right thing to do.
Well, we start off in a city in crisis where it has been a violent Labor Day weekend. More than 9 shootings across the city leaves 1 man dead and multiple others injured.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a closer look at those cases and how people in the community are responding. Shannon?
Well, one of those shooting incidents, Tom and Patrice, happened right here in the heart of Fells Point. Officers, in fact, followed a blood trail that started here along Fleet Street and Broadway, and then it led them to a gunshot victim along Orland Street in North Central Avenue. Now, people we spoke to in this area say they just don't feel safe anymore.
I'm concerned about my safety because no one's safe really nowadays. You have to watch your back, you have to look over your shoulder, wherever you go, because this is Baltimore City.
And that rang true in areas across the city yesterday, along with this Fells Point shooting we were telling you about. Police say a man was shot in southeast Baltimore and another man shot and killed inside a nightclub. And just days before, on Friday, a 12-year-old was shot outside Dunbar High School. That night, Mayor Brandon Scott addressed the number of guns on the streets of Baltimore.
Senseless, cowardly act of gun violence in our city that strikes a young child who's now in the hospital.
We have to deal with the prevalence of guns in our community, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's the right thing to do.
Now, police do report that 12-year-old is now in stable condition. As for the shooting in Fells Point, this is not the first incident that we have reported to you. In fact, you'll remember back in June, a man was shot here along Broadway Street, and we also reported back in May a large fight that took over Thames Street. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. In just over a week, state lawmakers will be holding a hearing in Annapolis to talk about Maryland's juvenile crime crisis.
It is not a special session, and it can't be used to enact new laws or change existing ones.
Now, this comes on the heels of several violent incidents involving juveniles in Baltimore just over the past 2 months. Fox 45 News obtaining video of an 11-year-old being let out of his handcuffs after allegedly stealing a vehicle. Police say he cannot face any charges because of his age. And then in mid-August, 3 teens were arrested after allegedly shooting at police from a stolen vehicle and then fleeing to a nearby home in Northeast Baltimore. 2 of those suspects under the age of 18. Police say both have previously been arrested for auto theft.
And then just last week, a 14-year-old was one of 2 teens arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Fox 45 News has learned the 14-year-old was wearing an ankle monitor at the time. He is one of 2 teen suspects wearing an ankle monitor during the shooting, raising questions about how the Department of Juvenile Services monitors children in its system.
It has to be a 24-hour monitoring, 7 days a week. They have to respond if the child is absent or not compliant with the terms of GPS and from detention.
We are literally saying, what do we need to do more rapidly so that kids know right away, you cannot mess around with this. This is serious stuff. And so that's evolving.
Several state attorneys across Maryland say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable.
What we're realizing when we talk to the young people is that young people, the juveniles, know there's nothing that we can do.
They know that, you know, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them, they're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one, can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day.
Now, the state's attorneys are taking issue with two laws in particular. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes, and the Child Interrogation Act keeps police from questioning juveniles without a parent and attorney present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during this year's legislative session, but did not approve any changes.
Senator Jill Carter authored and sponsored some of the legislation in question, and she is standing by her laws. In a conversation with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost, Carter says she doesn't think the laws are the main issue contributing to juvenile crime. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates disagrees.
I think that police and prosecutors need to be better educated if they're believing that they can't do anything, which I don't know why they would believe that.
There's nothing the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable. And they're doing whatever they want.
Fox 45 News also sent questions to Governor Wes Moore's office last month asking about what changes need to be made to hold juveniles accountable. In response, the governor's office sent us a statement saying the governor will continue working with legislators and community leaders to bring solutions that provide real measures of accountability.
And this brings us to our question of the day. What would you like the governor to do about juvenile crime before the next legislative session? You can listen to prosecutors or make no changes to the current laws. As you see so far, 95% of those who have voted say listen to prosecutors. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
In the Nevada desert, the Burning Man Festival turned into a soggy mess. A look at the unbelievable conditions coming up here at the Life Center.
Yes, we are kicking off an extremely hot stretch, hottest of the summer so far, but technically we're 18 days away from the autumnal equinox. I'll let you know exactly how long the 90s stick around in just a couple of minutes. It's 5:06.
FOX45 Newsroom, I'm Tom Rogers.
5:10 on this Monday morning. If we take a look at our boating on the bay forecast, today would be a great day to be on the water. It's going to be mild to begin and very hot to end, so don't forget the sunscreen and also the water. Temperatures will actually peak in the mid-90s on the water on the bay this afternoon. Now, this is just the start of what's going to be an extremely hot week. I'll let you know exactly how close we'll get to current record levels and how long this hot stretch is going to last in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
5:10 this morning, authorities confirm one person is dead and thousands of others are stranded in the Nevada desert after heavy rain swamped the annual Burning Man festival.
And Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the impact of torrential flooding over the weekend. Taylor?
That's right, you guys. A really unusual summer storm turned the Burning Man festival into a sloppy mess in the Nevada desert, leaving more than 70,000 concert goers stranded, left to wait it out until authorities get there. Just take a look at what they're up against as they wait out the storms. Here's the situation. The area was drenched in 2 to 3 months worth of rain in just 24 hours from Friday to Saturday, making it nearly impossible to drive out of the venue. Authorities are urging attendees to stay put, conserve water and food until those roads are safe to travel again.
We were told this morning to shelter in place and to not try to drive out unless you had all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, because once some cars get stuck, it's going to back all these 70,000 people from getting out the next day or the day after. We don't want a bunch of cars stuck. So everybody's pretty cool about staying where we are.
And take a look at this video posted online by DJ Diplo. You can see him and Chris Rock were able to hitch a ride with a fan, but not before having to hike nearly 6 miles through that thick mud. Now, at this point, there is an investigation into the person who died at this festival in the desert. There have been no additional details provided at this point, but we'll keep you updated here at the Life Center. Back to you.
Baltimore police are still searching for suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Topping our next half hour, the report that is sparking even more questions than before.
But first, U.S. Customs conducts a massive seizure at Dulles Airport. Unique items which are illegal here, traveling all the way from Vietnam. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all morning. 5:14 and making your headlines this morning, U.S. Customs agents say they have confiscated illegal seahorses and snakes. Now, the agents at Washington Dulles Airport found 77 dry seahorses, 50 small boxes of herbal medicine, 5 dead snakes, 5 jars of snail ointment, and illegal pork products in 2 different travelers' bags, several days apart. And both were traveling from Vietnam. U.S. officials say travelers arriving from different countries sometimes do return with food products that are prohibited in the U.S., but they would only face civil penalties. Travelers are generally not arrested for agricultural violations.
The results are in for the first ever aerial census of elephants in southern Africa. The study conducted last year suggests the elephant population increased 5% since 2016 to nearly 230,000. The outcome means there is a stable population of elephants in the region. But despite this, the census also recorded a concerning number of dead elephants, about 26,000. Scientists believe the cause is a mix of aging population, poaching, and disease.
Now in Tampa, Florida, crews are now working to clean up a massive oil spill. Take a look at this. Workers removing about 3,000 gallons of oil water mixture from the spill at the Port Manatee Saturday. Teams are now using about 1,400 feet of boom to contain the spill and contain the spreading the oil. Now, it's unclear what caused Friday's spill, but Coast Guard officials say they are investigating. 5:16 and now taking you live to Tainan City in Taiwan, where Typhoon Haiku is barreling through that area. At least 44 people are injured, tens of thousands without power. It doesn't look like it, though, when you look at this live feed here. After the storm hit, lands with winds nearing 100 miles per hour. It's the first typhoon to hit Taiwan directly in 4 years. It's just one day after another typhoon slams into the neighboring Hong Kong and southern China. That storm has since weakened to a tropical storm, but authorities say it caused at least 86 injuries.
Well, it's 5:17 now, and we want to get a check of our forecast as we head into this new week, and it's a hot week.
It is a hot one. In fact, there's already some schools that will be let out early in the next couple days. Amy Aronson, our meteorologist here.
Yeah, extremely hot, especially for September standards. It's rare we see temperatures this high in September, and it's been quite some time since we've actually seen triple digits in September, so we'll see if we get awfully close to that. Meanwhile, activity also heating up in the Atlantic. We've had a lot of activity recently, of course. We have 2 more areas of concern I wanted to let you know about. An area highlighted in yellow, lower chance for development there coming off the coast of Africa, and this area highlighted in red, a much higher chance for development there as we head over the next week. We've checked off a lot of names recently. I had a lot of updating to do on my Atlantic hurricane list here for the year. The next name up, if we get a name system, would be Lise. We are moving to the other side of the list there now. Closer to home, it feels kind of tropical out there. Feels warm, feels a little sticky. We're in the 70s to near 80 to get things started. It's already warm and the sun hasn't even come up yet. That's going to happen in just about an hour. And once that happens, temperatures are going to skyrocket today. Meanwhile, out west, it looks like the concern for some flooding continues. That was the case over the weekend, of course. We've got some green out towards Nevada showing the indication that there are some flooding concerns there. For us, completely different story. High pressure sitting to our south. That's pumping in that very warm air and will continue to do that as we head over the next couple of days. So we're not really tracking anything on future scan here. The bigger story, definitely the temperatures. I do want to fast forward you ahead to the end of the week, though, to show you when we finally see some relief. I think it's later this week, around Wednesday, Thursday, that we see that next weather maker gradually press in from the west. That's a cold front. We certainly need it after this week. That's going to scoot in here on Thursday, setting us our next chance for some spotty showers and storms at that point. But until then, it's all about this, the hot stuff. Check out these numbers. We're running at least 10 to 15 degrees above where we should be. Upper 90s to near 100 for us today, again Tuesday and Wednesday. Mid 90s will last through at least Thursday. After that, I think we finally bring temperatures back into the upper 80s by week's end as rain chances continue to rise. So we've got a long hot stretch coming up here. This heat wave continues through at least Thursday, so that would be at least 5 days, taking into account yesterday we reached 98 degrees. We are back in the upper 80s starting on Friday. Scattered storms will linger through Saturday, but at least temperatures are much more manageable. We'll spend the weekend back in the mid and low 80s. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Due to the intense heat this week, some Baltimore City schools will be dismissing early tomorrow and Wednesday, and then they will reevaluate for Thursday. 12 schools listed here on your screen. None have working air conditioning. Baltimore City leaders said all schools would have working AC by the start of this school year, but that appears not to be the case. You can find more on early dismissals and the ongoing problems with the lack of air conditioning in city schools. And just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, a fire starting from an ambulance tears through a fire station, the damage done and how it's going to impact that station moving forward.
And in Pennsylvania, the search for a prison escapee now in its 5th day. The potential sighting of the convicted murderer coming up here at the Live Center. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
And developing now, police in Sweden arrest 15 people who were trying to prevent a man from burning a copy of the Quran. About 100 protesters threw stones and bottles at officers in an area which is home to a dense Muslim population. Sweden and Denmark have been widely criticized for permitting public desecration of the Quran under police protection. Muslim leaders in Sweden have called on the government to find ways to stop the burnings. Authorities say they have no intention on reintroducing laws, but they are looking to enable the police to reject permits for these types of demonstrations, citing national security concerns.
Elsewhere, Russia ramps up attacks on Ukrainian ports, with the latest being a drone strike lasting 3.5 hours. According to Ukrainian officials, the attack targeted port infrastructure along the Danube River, injuring at least 2 people this weekend. It comes just one day before Russian President Vladimir Putin meets with his Turkish counterpart to discuss the Black Sea grain deal. The agreement allows food shipments to safely leave Ukraine for starving countries. But in July, Moscow backed out, demanding Western countries relax sanctions on Russian exports.
Now, this attack comes as Russian children return to the classroom with some new lessons focused on patriotism. All students will listen to the national anthem and watch the flag be raised each week. High schoolers will get a new history textbook with a chapter on the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula and the special military operation in Ukraine, painting the West as hostile toward Moscow. They'll also receive some basic military training and self-defense. President Vladimir Putin met with students, an effort seen by some as a way to push a political narrative on the next generation.
When it comes to education in France, as we take you live there now this morning, the country's president doubling down on enforcing a dress code rule for public schools. Robes traditionally worn by Muslims will be banned, including children and adults. Education officials say the robes are an infringement of secularism, a key principle for the country. The measure has received some backlash, with critics saying the garments are not overtly religious. The ban is set to take effect today when students return to class.
U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondi says in her trip to China, she made progress in restoring economic ties between Beijing and Washington, but warns that trust is still an issue.
Trust is probably not the word I would use. We need to see action, and until we see action, there can be no trust.
In terms of progress, the secretary says she was able to reopen 3 lines of communication with Chinese businesses, and her Chinese counterpart says Beijing is ready to work with Washington. Raimondo is the first commerce secretary to visit the country in 5 years and the latest in a string of White House officials to do so in recent months. It's part of the Biden administration's efforts to ease strains between the world's 2 biggest economies.
We are continuing our coverage into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the after-action report recently released. Just ahead, the questions that still remain.
Today, we are going to feel the hottest temperatures of the year. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking how close they can get to record-breaking and when the next weather maker will be moving in to cool us down. 5:26, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning, we are taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, and Towson as we are tracking, look at that, severe heat wave moving into the region today. Through the middle of the week will be the hottest days of the year, possibly record-breaking temperatures. So there's that. Welcome back on this Monday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and if you are cooking out today, you may want to do it near some type of water because it is going to be record-breaking.
We cooked out yesterday, and
yeah.
Well, Monty cooked out yesterday. He came in the house. He was sweating. I was like, oh, we love you for it, though. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here. She's got to look at the forecast. It was hot yesterday.
Yeah, it was hot yesterday. We reached 98 degrees, so that's kind of a preview of where we're headed over the next couple of days. Should be just a tiny bit hotter today. Already off to a warm start. We are starting off in the mid and upper 70s this morning, so already feeling a little toasty out there, and it's only going to get worse. So now would be the time to squeeze in a quick jog or a walk with the dog if you're looking to do that. Sunrise coming up in just about an hour, and after that, these numbers are going to skyrocket. There's no holding back the heat today. We are near 80 degrees as early as 8 a.m. and the pavement's going to heat up fast too. Now coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how close we're going to get to record levels and then what's finally going to bring an end to this unusually hot stretch here in September. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Taking a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network, and you see some of the cameras around the region here. Some of them appear to be frozen. On the bottom right, that is the Harbor Tunnel, and the right tube is closed. Well, actually, looks there's a vehicle driving through it right now, so it looks like it's open. So the construction should be complete. It was just closed just a second ago, but you see vehicles moving on both tubes there. So that's some good news. Baltimore police still searching for suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting after an 18 and 14-year-old were charged last week. 2 other teens were already in custody in connection with the shooting. None of the suspects have been charged with murdering 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez or 20-year-old Kailas Fagbemi, and acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley says the investigation is far from over.
I want to be very clear, this investigation is not ending anytime soon. Every tool in our tool belt will be used to identify and apprehend those responsible for this horrific and tragic incident.
This morning, we're continuing our coverage of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the after-action report into that shooting, detailing potential missteps in handling the case. Shannon Lilly joining us live with how a law enforcement expert is responding and the questions that still remain. Shannon.
Yeah, still lots of questions, Patrice, because this morning the case remains unsolved. Police are continuing to search for suspects in that Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and it comes as experts are weighing in on this after-action report that we just received last week. You'll remember one of the key findings in this report is that there were several dozen officers available in different parts of the city that could have been deployed to Brooklyn Day. They were not called in, though, until after the shooting. So we spoke with former FBI agent Tyrone Powers about that, and he is calling it a major misstep. Listen.
Anne Arundel County Police Department with Baltimore City Police Department both should have seen that this crowd was swelling. The fact that there was a little bit of indifference, the fact that Anne Arundel County was essentially called off, it is problematic.
Now, Acting Commissioner Richard Worley says officers in the Southern District should have mobilized faster. The report reads, quote, officer indifference may have compromised awareness, planning, and response to Brooklyn Day prior to the large crowds arriving. But Worley also says his officers were not properly informed ahead of the block party. Peace Chairman Giovanni Patterson with the remaining questions about the mediation led by Safe Streets workers that day.
What happens with Safe Streets? I mean, you have these guys in 4 out of 5 mediations or 4 out of 5 of their interactions involve weapons. So what happens with the weapons when they leave the mediation?
Yeah, and those are questions that we continue to work to get answers to as this investigation continues. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the Brooklyn Day mass shooting in the 3 organizations that released after-action reports just last week. Our complete coverage is available online right now at foxbaltimore.com. In Anne Arundel County, State Police say a 65-year-old man is arrested for alleged sexual solicitation. Investigators telling Fox 45 News not even 2 weeks ago, Luis Barunda engaged in an inappropriate text chat online with who he thought was a 13-year-old girl. Turned out to be an undercover officer. Barunda is currently being held without bond at the Anne Arundel County Detention Center.
In Prince George's County, authorities are investigating an ambulance fire that spread through a fire station in Upper Marlboro.
The ambulance did burn with so much intensity that it scorched the side of Rescue Squad 20. It melted the lights and burned the paint off of the side. Fire burned up into the ceiling and partially through the roof of the firehouse. So we have significant damage.
No one was hurt. The older building did have smoke alarms, but no sprinklers. Now, while an investigation is underway, fire crews from that station will work out of a station down the road with, they say, no service interruptions.
5:35, and this morning, police in Pennsylvania continue their search for a convicted murderer.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on the multi-state manhunt. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. This is Danilo Cavalcante. Now, he's on the run, and today is the 5th day he's been on the run. Cavalcante escaped in Chester County. He left the prison last Thursday while awaiting a transfer to a state prison. This morning, a potential sighting of the man who was sentenced to life in prison after killing his ex-girlfriend in front of her children. Take a look at this. New surveillance video shows Cavalcante at 1:43 Saturday, just over a mile away from that prison where he escaped the day before. He's wearing a white T-shirt, gray shorts, and white sneakers. Hard to spot there, but take a listen.
We believe he's in the area. We have no information that he left the area. This area where the prison is in Chester County is a rural area. There's a lot of farmland, dense area with trees and farming areas. We've been searching nonstop around the clock looking for this individual. What we want to focus on is finding this individual. He's an extremely dangerous person. We're asking the public's help. We believe he possibly could be hiding in the area. And again, like I said, it's a very rural area. We're asking all the neighbors in this area to keep an eye out.
Now, Chester County District Attorneys say he's likely heading south. Law enforcement officers have been using drones, helicopters, and dogs to locate Cavalcante as searchers were continuing to focus on railways and waterways. We'll keep you updated here. That's the latest at the Live Center.
Thank you, Taylor. SAG-AFTRA may be organizing another strike, this time against major video game companies. Why now? As negotiations are already scheduled to resume later this month.
Today, we are going to feel hot, possibly record-breaking temperatures. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking how long these hot summer temps will last. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Almost 5:40 on this Monday morning, on this Labor Day. It's going to be a hot one. Yesterday we reached 98. Today we'll get a little hotter than that. Highs headed into the upper 90s again today, plus a little bit of humidity. So I put your feel like temperatures also in that tiny text there. Yeah, it's going to feel like we're close to 102 at times this afternoon. So make sure you're staying hydrated and take breaks in the air conditioning or the shade if you plan to be outside today for the holiday. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this extremely hot September stretch is going to last and what brings it to an end eventually. Tom, Patrice.
Well, trending now, SAG-AFTRA, already on strike against major TV and film companies, may authorize a second walkout, this time against major video game companies.
Now, this is ahead of negotiations scheduled to resume later this month. The union says talks have reached a stalemate and the strike authorization vote is needed as the union tries to negotiate pay increases and protection from artificial intelligence.
SAG-AFTRA is seeking a new 3-year contract as its previous one expired last fall. A union negotiator says the video game company are offering a nominal pay increase, but the offer does not keep up with inflation.
Well, trending elsewhere, following quickly on the success of India's moon landing.
The country's space agency launching its first spacecraft dedicated to studying the sun.
2, 1, 0.
It is now heading for an area located between the sun and Earth where the gravitational pull of both cancel each other out. The agency says it is the prime spot to monitor the sun without wasting fuel. It comes less than 2 weeks after the country successfully landed a rover on the moon. The achievement made India the 4th nation in the world to do so and the 2nd in the 21st century. Before we go to break, we want to take you live to Camden Yards and M&T Bank Stadium as the countdown is on for both teams. Coming up, a look at the Ravens' first game of the season and what's next for the O's in their road to the playoffs.
A competition conundrum. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the complicated relationship between the U.S. and China, especially in the days ahead.
5:42 now, and yeah, you're taking a live look outdoors in Washington, D.C., and it is going to be a hot one there in the nation's capital, too. Maybe breaking records here. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
5:45 this week, the NFL officially kicks off its season. It all begins Thursday as the Lions and the Chiefs go head-to-head. But here in Baltimore, we have to wait until Sunday for the Ravens to welcome the Texans to the M&T Bank Stadium. Now, this week kicks off the start to the 18-week season ending in January. The Ravens, along with a handful of teams expected to make a Super Bowl run, have high expectations all around. Even their neighbors in the AFC North say they have to fight off for playoff spots and seeding.
But before the Super Bowl comes the World Series. The other birds, they're hoping to take part in November baseball. Just yesterday, the Orioles securing their series win over Arizona. O's were up when they were tied. Then they were tied, and then finally widened the gap, winning 8-5. Today, the Orioles go back at it again, but this time in L.A., Birds take on the Angels with first pitch, 9:38 tonight, our time.
Now to a bright spot for your morning. Cyclists and fans alike brave the heat for the second annual Maryland Cycling Classic.
121-mile course began in Sparks, winding through the Baltimore countryside before wrapping up at the Inner Harbor around 5 yesterday. In the end, 22-year-old Matthias Skyelmos of Denmark and his team pulled away for the victory, finishing the course in 4 hours and 26 minutes.
This was a big deal. Even for the world's most elite athletes, the sweltering heat was an issue.
You get out there and they were really flat until the circuit is tearing really on the body, and also just the heat. Combination of everything is just making it a really hard race.
Well, the top American cyclist finished in second place, about 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind your winner.
Yeesh. All right, well, now taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, Towson. This morning, we're tracking severe heat that's moving into the region today up through the middle of the week. We're going to be experiencing the hottest days of the year. We're talking possibly record-breaking temperatures, and that is crazy, Amy, that the hottest temperatures record-breaking are coming in September.
I know. I was looking, and we haven't actually seen a 100-degree day yet this year, number one, but we haven't seen one in September since the 1980s. So
wow.
It's been quite some time. So really impressive numbers headed our direction, but also dangerous at times. Of course, we've got M&T Bank Stadium all lit up, an exciting week with everything kicking off next weekend for the Ravens. So that's exciting. Temperatures will be cooling down by then. So that's some good news because it does not feel like fall football weather right now. We're off to a mild start, mid-70s to begin today. I am tracking some extreme heat this week. For example, today, we get awfully close to 100, forecasting a high of 99. Storms will return later this week, and that's going to bring our temperatures down just in time for the weekend. So some good news there. Already this morning, we are tracking a heat index. This is how warm it feels, feeling like we're in the 70s already this morning for locations reporting that number. And it's only going to get hotter. So if we track these numbers through the rest of the day, feels like we're in the triple digits by lunchtime. So whether or not we reach 100 degrees, it's going to feel like it. Feeling close to 102 in Cockeysville, 104 in Baltimore as we head through your Monday evening, and then overnight tonight into your Tuesday morning. Not much better. Muggy tomorrow, too. Low 80s to begin, triple digits by lunchtime, and then we stay there as we head through the afternoon on Tuesday. And here's a look at some of the records. Today, I think we'll have no issue setting a new record, predicting a high of 99. Current record stands at 96. Tomorrow, forecasting a high of 98. Current record also at 96 from 1954. And then on Wednesday, we stay in the upper 90s with the current record standing at 98 degrees from 1983. So here are some super important tips to keep in mind, not only today, but pretty much all week long, since this is a prolonged heat wave. Hydrate, drink lots and lots of water. If the kids are heading to school, don't forget to send them with some extra water. Loose, lightweight clothing, highly recommended. Take breaks in the shade or the air conditioning. And make sure you're checking in on your neighbors and your pets, making sure everybody stays safe. Now, if you are itching for some fall temperatures, eventually you're in luck. According to our 8 to 14-day temperature outlook from the Climate Prediction Center that runs all the way through September 17th, eventually below average temperatures will take over again. Just not this week. This week, it's going to be hot, very summery. We'll stay in the 90s through at least Thursday. But at that point, I throw in that chance for some spotty storms. They do become more scattered Friday into Saturday, but that's ultimately what's going to cool us down. So we are back in the mid-80s starting on Saturday. And by Sunday, all returns to normal. Low 80s are back, and we're dry again, too. Tom, Patrice?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar traffic network on this holiday morning, and looking from the Francis Scott Key Bridge here. No issues report on any of the roads, as some of you may be heading back from the ocean a little bit later on. Bay Bridge is wide open too.
An investigation continues as Hawaii is welcoming visitors once again. Coming up, what U.S. lawmakers are pledging as they speak on the damage in Lahaina.
Labor Day weekend not over yet. Baltimore has already seen more than 9 shootings just since Friday, topping our 6 o'clock hour community response to the ongoing city in crisis. 5:50, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.53 and making headlines this morning, Hawaii is welcoming visitors once again. The state's tourism authority approved more than $2.5 million for a new marketing campaign aimed at helping communities devastated by last month's wildfires. It comes after House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and a delegation of other U.S. lawmakers toured the damage in Lahaina.
There's disasters and they're going to continue to be disasters. I think we could better prepare where a disaster doesn't happen.
This is a national tragedy, a national disaster that demands a national response.
At least 115 people died in the wildfire, making it the deadliest in the U.S. in the past 100 years.
Russia is ramping up attacks on Ukrainian ports, the latest a drone strike lasting 3.5 hours. According to Ukrainian officials, the attack targeted port infrastructure along the Danube River, injuring at least 2 people. It comes just a day before Russian President Vladimir Putin meets with his Turkish counterpart to discuss the Black Sea grain deal. The agreement allows food shipments to safely leave Ukraine for starving countries. In July, Moscow backed out, demanding Western countries relax sanctions on Russian exports.
The Biden administration is navigating some tough waters when it comes to the complex relationship with China.
Despite attempts to come to an understanding on trade and other negotiations, it seems China continues to grow closer with Russia, an alliance many in Washington see as a growing threat. Sinclair's national correspondent Christine Frizzell reports.
The question, what to do about China, looming large in Washington. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCaul sounding alarm bells about its alliance with Russia, saying, quote, "We have never seen a threat this large scale to Europe and the Pacific, I would argue, since World War II." Meanwhile, a trip last week by Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo laying bare the conundrum the U.S. faces with a country with which it also shares a $700 billion commercial relationship.
We know for a fact that not talking leads to escalation, miscalculation, and misunderstanding, which is bad for the American people. It's bad for American workers. It's bad for our national security.
But the latest smartphone was also just released by China's Huawei, a company that was under Western sanctions aimed at preventing such major advances in technology. The U.S. also scolding China for allegedly hacking into Japan's defense networks and many U.S. entities, including Secretary Raimondo herself. Also of buying up U.S. farmland and businesses and carrying out its so-called national security law, which requires companies doing business in China to cooperate with intelligence officials there.
If those same companies come outside and they're doing business out of China, that they have to, particularly the tech companies, that they have to provide users' data to the Chinese Communist Party. That's wrong.
As President Joe Biden prepares to attend the G20 summit, he has said he hopes to meet with President Xi Jinping. But there are recent reports that the Chinese president may not even come, a move that would be viewed as a snub by much of the world. China accused more and more of playing by its own rules. In a global setting with growing concerns, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia could be followed by an invasion of Taiwan by China. A threat Western leaders have signaled they're already quietly preparing for. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Speaking after her trip to China, U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo says that she made progress in restoring economic ties between Beijing and Washington, but warned that trust is still an issue.
Trust is probably not the word I would use. We need to see action. And until we see action, there can be no trust.
In terms of progress, however, the secretary says she was able to reopen 3 lines of communication with Chinese businesses. Raimondo is the first commerce secretary to visit the country in 5 years and the latest in a string of White House officials to do so in recent months as part of the Biden administration's efforts to ease strains between the world's 2 biggest economies. During her visit, her Chinese counterpart said Beijing is ready to work with Washington.
It has been a violent Labor Day weekend just ahead. The number of shootings police are reporting, including one right here in Fells Point.
Severe heat in store for your Labor Day holiday. We'll have updates on potential record-breaking temperatures now through the middle of the week.
And we are off to a very warm start this morning. I'll show you where these numbers are headed in just a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, here's a live look for you of the Inner Harbor. We've got Towson. We've got Annapolis, all areas where severe heat is moving through Maryland when the sun comes up.
And we are in for a scorching Labor Day with potential record-breaking temperatures now through Thursday.
Well, good morning to you on this Monday, September 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. You see it right there. We are having a heat wave, and that starts today. We want to get right over to our meteorologist, Amy Aronson, with a closer look at the record-breaking heat.
Yeah, yesterday we technically got up to 98 degrees. That was just the start of it. New record set yesterday. I think we'll do it again today. We're already off to a warm start. 70s to begin, so already feels a little sticky out there. We've also got a little bit of humidity on our hands, making it feel even warmer. As you plan out the rest of your Labor Day or your Monday, maybe plan on getting some nice cold ice cream or a snowball or something. Just plan on some melting because temperatures are going to heat and heat up fast. By lunchtime, for example, we're already in the uncomfortable mid-90s. To wrap up the day, we're getting awfully close to 100. It's going to feel like it when you factor in humidity. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know what days this week are expected to be the hottest and then how long this heat wave's going to last too. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network on this Labor Day, and taking a look from the Key Bridge. Yeah, it looks like just about every highway around the area, too. No issues to report to slow you down.
Another senseless, cowardly act of gun violence in our city that strikes a young child who's now in the hospital.
We have to deal with the prevalence of guns in our community, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's the right thing to do.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis where it's been a violent Labor Day weekend. At least 9 shootings across the city, leaving 1 man dead and multiple others injured.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a closer look at the cases and how people in the community are responding. Shannon.
Well, one of those shooting incidents, Tom and Patrice, happened right here in the heart of Fells Point. In fact, police tell us that officers followed a blood trail that started here along Fleet Street and Broadway, and it led them to a gunshot victim along Orland Street and North Central Avenue. And people that we spoke to in this area say they just don't feel safe anymore. Listen.
I'm concerned about my safety because no one's safe really nowadays. You have to watch your back, you have to look over your shoulder, wherever you go, because this is Baltimore City.
And that rang true in areas across the city yesterday. Along with the Fells Point shooting, police say a man was shot in Southeast Baltimore and another man shot and killed inside a nightclub. And just days before, on Friday, a 12-year-old was shot outside Dunbar High School. That night, Mayor Brandon Scott and Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley addressed the number of guns on the streets of Baltimore.
Senseless, cowardly act of gun violence in our city that strikes a young child who's now in the hospital.
We have to deal with the prevalence of guns in our community, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's the right thing to do.
Now, police do report that that 12-year-old is now in stable condition. As for this latest shooting in Fells Point, remember, this is not the first that we have reported just recently. In fact, back in June, a man was shot right here along Broadway near where I am. And in May, a large fight took over Thames Street. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
In just over a week, state lawmakers will hold a hearing in Annapolis to discuss juvenile crime in Maryland.
Now, it is not a special session and cannot be used to enact new laws or change existing ones.
It comes after several violent incidents involving juvenile in Baltimore over the past 2 months. Fox 45 News has obtained video of an 11-year-old being let out of handcuffs after allegedly stealing a car. Police say he can't face any charges because of his age. In mid-August, 3 teens were arrested after allegedly shooting at police from a stolen car and then fleeing into a nearby home in Northeast Baltimore. 2 of the suspects under 18, and police say both have previously been arrested for auto theft.
Just last week, a 14-year-old was one of 2 teens arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Day home mass shooting. And Fox 45 News has learned 14-year-old was wearing an ankle monitor at the time. He is one of the 2 teen suspects wearing an ankle monitor during that shooting, raising questions about how the Department of Juvenile Services monitors children within its system.
It has to be a 24-hour monitoring, 7 days a week. They have to respond if the child is absent or not compliant with the terms of GPS and from detention.
We are literally saying, what do we need to do more rapidly so that kids know right away, you cannot mess around with this. This is serious stuff. And so that's evolving.
Several states' attorneys across Maryland say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable.
What we're realizing when we talk to the young people is that young people, the juveniles, know there's nothing that we can do.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them, they're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one, can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day.
The state's attorneys are taking issue with 2 laws in particular. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes, and the Child Interrogation Act, which keeps police from questioning juveniles without a parent and attorney present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during this year's legislative session, but didn't approve any changes.
Senator Jill Carter authored one and sponsored the other of that legislation that is now in question, and she's standing by her laws. In a conversation with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost, Carter said that she doesn't think the laws are the main issue contributing to juvenile crime. Sydney State's Attorney Ivan Bates disagrees.
I think that police and prosecutors need to be better educated if they're believing
that they can't do anything, which I don't know why they would believe that.
There's nothing the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable, and they're doing whatever they want.
Fox 45 News also sent questions to Governor Westmore's office last month asking about what changes need to be made to hold juveniles accountable. In response, the governor's office sent us a statement reading that the governor will continue working with legislators and community leaders to bring solutions that provide real measures of accountability.
And that brings us to our question of the day. What would you like the governor to do about juvenile crime before the next legislative session? Listen to prosecutors or make no changes to current laws. So far, 95% of people who voted say listen to prosecutors. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Baltimore police are searching for suspects connected to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Topping our next half hour, we'll take a look at the after-action report and what one expert says city agencies could have done differently. And officials are urging attendees of the Burning Man to conserve food, water, and fuel. Look at that, all those vehicles are trapped right there as they shelter in place from the heavy storms that moved in through Nevada. How an unexpected storm turned that festival into just a muddy mess.
And yes, we are entering the hottest stretch of the summer so far, but technically we're only 18 days away from the autumnal equinox. I'll explain what brings this heat wave to an end in a couple of minutes. It's 6:06. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Almost 6:09 on this Monday, on this Labor Day. If you're getting ready to head back to school tomorrow, it's going to be a hot one. Put the fall clothes on hold for now. Break out the summer attire. We will start off very warm as early as 7 a.m. for bus stop pickup. And then through lunchtime, it's just going to be hot and uncomfortable, kind of dangerous at times. Make sure you're also sending the kids with some extra water. Temperatures will reach the upper 90s again tomorrow, and it's going to feel like the triple digits. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long we're going to need the summer stuff and how long this heat wave is going to last. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. This morning, authorities confirm one person is dead, thousands of others stranded in the Nevada desert after heavy rain swamped the annual Burning Man Festival. Taylor Stewart joining us live from the Live Center with the impact of torrential flooding over the weekend. Taylor.
That's right, Tom. Looking live now at the Burning Man Festival. The unusual summer storm turned that festival into a sloppy mess in the Nevada desert. It's left more than 70,000 people stranded, just left to wait it out until authorities can reach them. Just take a look at what folks there are up against. We've got a Twitter video of people just camping out, waiting for authorities to reach them. Here's the situation, though. Area was drenched in 2 to 3 months worth of rain in 24 hours from Friday to Saturday, just making it impossible to drive out of the venue. Authorities are urging folks who are there to stay put, conserve water, conserve food until the roads are safe to travel again.
We were told this morning to shelter in place and to not try to drive out unless you had all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, because once some cars get stuck, it's going to back all these 70,000 people from getting out the next day or the day after. We don't want a bunch of cars stuck. So everybody's pretty cool about staying where we are.
Now, take a look at this video. This was posted online by DJ Diplo. You can see him and Chris Rock were able to hitch a ride with a fan, but they still had to hike that nearly 6 miles through thick mud to get out of there. Right now, there is an investigation underway into the death of one person who died at this festival. We're still getting additional information this morning. Right now, it's not clear if it was related to the weather. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Officials in New Jersey investigating a plane crash over the weekend. Why they think it could have caused a large wildfire near Ocean City. As the sun comes up, it's heating up across the state of Maryland. We'll let you know how you can stay safe in these dangerous temperatures. 6:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all making your headlines this morning. Officials in New Jersey investigating a plane crash in Ocean City, which may have sparked a large wildfire in that area. They say a small plane crashed Saturday night in the wooded area right near Ocean County Airport could be responsible for the wildfire that has since spread to hundreds of acres. You see the video here. Investigators say yesterday they were still searching for the sole occupant of that plane.
I'm here in response to a plane crash that was reported yesterday evening, approximately 9:30 p.m. local time. What we do not have at this time is positive identification of the airplane, and neither do we have positive identification on what we believe is a sole occupant.
And it's currently about 325 acres and 0% contained. And the fire was reported about 11:40 last night. In middle southern Ocean County, we're abnormally dry, and that's by the U.S. Drought Monitor. They update that every Thursday, so it's abnormally dry here, low rainfall. A lot of the water bodies are low on water.
Well, since that report yesterday, the fire has grown to about 600 acres and is 50% contained. Officials have also said the plane may not have caused the fire and could instead have been caused by abnormally dry conditions in that area.
Well, it's 6:15 now. We're bringing back in meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, actually, our drought monitor also shows Baltimore is abnormally dry, and actually Carroll County is moderately dry. So we could use some rain here too.
Can tell you that it's crunchy and hard.
And we're not going to see any rain this week. It's going to be kind of burned out, I think, by the end of the week with all this heat. But eventually storm chances will return, just not in the short term. This morning, we are awaiting sunrise. While we wait, you can see that flag atop the county courthouse blowing in a breeze there. A warm breeze this morning with temperatures already climbing their way through the 70s. So we're off to a mild start, mid and upper 70s to begin, getting awfully close to that 80-degree mark. Now, across the country, there are areas that are getting too much rain. That includes the west. Areas like Nevada still included in flood watches there. That's the green you see here on the map as a weather maker pushes through their neck of the woods. But for us, the only weather maker I'm tracking in the short term, high pressure, and that's sitting to our south, acting as a heat pump. Clockwise winds around that high, directing the winds in from the south, and that's what's pumping in all that hot and actually steamy air over the next couple of days. So I'm not tracking any rain chances in the short term, although we do need the rain, and I don't think this is good for our drought monitor in the week ahead. It's not until the second half of the week that we see any signs of rain or moisture on the future scan. See our cold front out towards the Midwest. That's going to keep pressing eastward, and that's going to send us our chance for some showers and some storms starting on Thursday. But before that gets here, it's all about the hot temperatures. Potential records will be broken over the next couple of days. Today, for example, we make a run for 99 degrees. If we get to 100, first time we've seen temperatures in the triple digits in September since the 1980s. So very, very hot stuff here. 98 Tuesday and Wednesday, mid-90s through Thursday. After that, temperatures will gradually come back down. We're back in the upper 80s by Friday. Meanwhile, in the tropics, two areas of concern. The area highlighted in red has a higher chance for development, so that could be our next named system. Definitely worth watching over the next couple of days. If you take a look at the list so far, we've checked off a bunch of names recently. The next name on the list would be the L name, and that would be Lee. Things are just heating up here at home. We've got a dry, sunny, hot stretch that will take us all the way through Thursday. Thursday, I did throw in that chance for some spotty storms. I think they become more scattered both Friday and Saturday, and that helps bring down our temperatures back into the upper 80s by week's end. And over the weekend, much more manageable as we head through the next September weekend. By Sunday, we're dry again with highs returning to the low 80s. Now let's check in with Mark Jones from the NTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, let's go and take a look right now at your Lens Solar traffic network here, and you can see the Key Bridge where traffic's moving along just fine. Wide open roads, no issues to report from Ocean City. If you're down the ocean, enjoy the day, stay near the water, and then get ready for some travels back tonight.
The Ravens are gearing up for their official season opener against the Texans. We're going to break down how they're measuring up in the AFC.
Cyclers from around the world biking through Baltimore County, Baltimore City for the second annual Maryland Cycling Classic. We'll take you inside the race from Sparks to the Inner Harbor. 6:18 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
6:22 on this Labor Day, and yeah, live shot. It's all lit up in purple. This is M&T Bank Stadium, where in less than a week, the Ravens will officially kick off their NFL season. It all begins Thursday when the Lions and Chiefs go head-to-head. But here at home, we'll have to wait until Sunday for the Ravens to welcome the Texans to Baltimore. Now, this week kicks off the start of the 18-week season, ending January, well, really February by the time the Super Bowl hits. The Ravens have high expectations all around.
We feel good about our team. You know, every team is trying to build the best team they can. You know, I think we always joke, like the draft, we look at our draft board and we're always excited about the players that we got. And then we look over there and we see what the Steelers did and what the Bengals did, and we're like, man, they got better too. So they're great teams. The Browns are an excellent team. We respect all those guys. Every game is going to be very, very challenging and very tough.
Before the Super Bowl comes the World Series. The other Baltimore Birds hoping to play some November baseball. Just yesterday, the Orioles securing another series win over Arizona. O's were up when then they were tied. And finally, they widened the gap, winning it 8-5. Today, the O's go back at it again, this time in L.A. The Birds take on the Angels. First pitch, 9:38 tonight, our time.
We'll take a look at this. Cyclists and fans alike brave the heat for the second annual Maryland Cycling Classic.
The 121-mile course began in Sparks and then went through Baltimore County's countryside area, all before wrapping up at the Inner Harbor around 5 o'clock last night.
All right, I know I'm going to butcher this, but here we go. 22-year-old Matthias Sayelmos of Denmark pulled away for the victory, finishing the course in 4 hours and 26 minutes. Even for the world's most elite athletes, the sweltering heat was an issue.
You get out there and they were really flat until the circuit is tearing really on the body, and also just the heat. Combination of everything is just making it a really hard race.
Well, the top American cyclist finished in second place, about 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind the winner.
Prince George's County, no injuries in an ambulance fire that spread through a fire station. Why investigators think the fire spun out of control, even scorching the station's roof.
We are continuing our coverage into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting after action report, and just ahead, we'll have the questions that police still need answers to.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are in for a heat wave this week. In fact, a live look from around the area, some of the cameras that we have pulled up for you.
In fact, it is possible that we could reach 100 for the first time since July of 2020. Not even recent.
Right.
Good grief. Well,
it's September.
I know. Welcome back on this Monday morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Labor Day, 100 degrees possibly, but then it will extend throughout the week. We want to go over to meteorologist Amy Aronson and talk about when we could get some relief and break the wave.
Yeah, summer not over yet. Clearly, it's going to be a hot one, not only today, but for much of the week ahead of us. Temperatures already off to a really mild start, low and mid and actually upper 70s to begin. So it's toasty out there on this Monday morning. Maybe you're trying to squeeze in a quick walk with the dog. Earlier over later. We do have a mix of clouds and sun ahead of us today. Upper 70s to start, mid 80s to wrap up your morning. By this afternoon, it's going to be kind of brutal out there, much like it was yesterday afternoon. But coming up in 10 minutes, I will let you know how long this heat wave's going to last and what days are expected to be the hottest. Patrice?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as you take a look as people are getting up and out and moving along just fine, no issues to report.
Continuing coverage this morning is Baltimore police still searching for the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. None of the 4 suspects now in custody have been charged with murdering 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez or 20-year-old Kylas Fagbemi. And acting police commissioner Richard Worley says the investigation is far from over.
I want to be very clear, this investigation is not ending anytime soon. Every tool in our tool belt will be used to identify and apprehend those responsible for this horrific and tragic incident.
Well, this morning, we're continuing our coverage of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the after-action report into that shooting, detailing potential missteps in the handling of the case. Shannon Lilly joining us live with how a law enforcement expert is responding and the questions that still remain. Shannon?
Well, this morning, Patrice, the case remains unsolved. Police continue to look for suspects in this Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And this comes as experts are weighing in on that after-action report that we received just last week. You'll remember one of the key findings in that report showed that there were several dozen officers available in different parts of the city, but they were not called in or deployed until after the shooting. So we spoke with former FBI agent Tyrone Powers about that. He's calling it a major misstep.
Anne Arundel County Police Department with Baltimore City Police Department both should have seen that this crowd was swelling. The fact that there was a little bit of indifference, the fact that Anne Arundel County was essentially called off, it's problematic.
Now, the report reads, quote, officer indifference may have compromised awareness, planning, and response to Brooklyn Day prior to the large crowds arriving. But Worley also says his officers were not properly informed ahead of the block party. And Peace Chairman Giovanni Patterson with the remaining questions about the mediation led by Safe Streets workers that day.
What happens with Safe Streets? I mean, you have these guys in 4 out of 5 mediations or 4 out of 5 of their interactions involve weapons. So what happens with the weapons when they leave the mediation?
And that's a question that we are continuing to work to get answers to as this investigation continues. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, Fox 45 News has reported extensively on the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the 3 agencies that released the after-action report last week. Our complete coverage is available online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
Around the state, in Anne Arundel County State Police say a 65-year-old man arrested for alleged sexual solicitation. Investigators telling Fox 45 News not only 2 weeks ago, Luis Barunda engaged in an inappropriate text chat online with who he thought was a 13-year-old girl, but actually was an undercover officer. Barunda is currently being held without bond at the Anne Arundel County Detention Center.
In Prince George's County, authorities are investigating an ambulance fire that spread through a fire station in Upper Marlboro.
The ambulance did burn with so much intensity that it scorched the side of Rescue Squad 20. It melted the lights and burned the paint off of the side. The fire burned up into the ceiling and partially through the roof of the firehouse. So we have significant damage.
No one was hurt. The older building did have smoke alarms, but no sprinklers. Now, while an investigation is underway, fire crews from that station will work out of a station down the road with no service interruptions. This morning, police in Pennsylvania continue their search for a convicted murderer.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with more on the multi-state manhunt. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. This is Danilo Cavalcante. He was convicted of murder, and today's the 5th day he's been on the run. Cavalcante escaped a Chester County prison last Thursday while awaiting a transfer to a state prison. This morning, a potential sighting of the man who was sentenced to life for killing his ex-girlfriend. Take a look at this. It's new surveillance video that shows Cavalcante at 1:43 Saturday morning, just over a mile from the prison he escaped from. He's wearing a white t-shirt, gray shorts, and white sneakers.
What we want to focus on is finding this individual. He's an extremely dangerous person. We're asking the public's help. We believe he possibly could be hiding in the area. And again, like I said, it's a very rural area. We are asking all the neighbors in this area to keep an eye out.
The Chester County District Attorney says he's likely heading south. Law enforcement officers have been using drones, helicopters, and dogs to locate this escapee. They're also focusing on railways and waterways. We'll continue to follow this investigation as it continues. That's the latest here from the Live Center.
A holiday weekend marked by violence with one dead and multiple others injured. We'll have the latest on 9 shootings across the region in your Morning Rush.
Some Baltimore students will dismiss early this week because of intense heat. Which schools are affected because they don't have working air conditioners?
That's right. It is hot across Maryland, and it's only getting hotter. Meteorologist Amy Aronson returns with everything you need to know about this week's heat wave. 6:34, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Weekend flooding turns Burning Man into a sea of mud. The gathering takes place in the Black Rock Desert north of Reno on the site of an ancient lake bed. The National Weather Service in Reno says more than half an inch of rain is believed to have fallen on Friday, with more expected. Some vehicles, like those with four-wheel drive, were able to get through the playa's muddy mess and leave.
Listen to Off the Radar. New episodes every Tuesday. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
6:37 on this Monday morning, on this Labor Day. It's going to be a hot one, not feeling like early September. We are making a run for record heat today with highs close to 99 degrees. You factor in just a little bit of humidity, it's going to feel hotter than that. Feeling like triple digits, 102 as we head through the height of the afternoon. So make sure you're staying hydrated and staying cool today, taking lots of breaks in the shade or the air conditioning. I'll let you know exactly how long this dangerous heat wave is going to last in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Due to the intense heat this week, some Baltimore City schools will be dismissing early tomorrow and Wednesday.
Now, 12 schools are listed. None have working air conditioning. Baltimore City school leaders previously had said that all schools would have working AC by the start of this school year.
You can find more on early dismissals and the ongoing problems with the lack of AC in city schools on our website, foxbaltimore.com. If you are looking for a way to work off your holiday meal, later today we'll have some Labor Day exercises for you. That's coming up in our 9 o'clock hour. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.41 and topping your morning rush. We are in for a scorching Labor Day holiday today with heat and humidity returning in force. Today through Wednesday, we could even see record-breaking temperatures for the first time this year. In just a few minutes, meteorologist Amy Aronson will let you know when we'll see a cool down and how to stay safe in this dangerous heat.
We are coming to the end of a violent Labor Day weekend in the city. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the investigations that are now underway this morning. Shannon.
Well, since Friday, Patrice, we know that police are now investigating at least 9 different shootings around the city. One person was killed, multiple other people injured. One of those shootings happening right here in the heart of Fells Point. Another shooting leaving a 12-year-old injured. That was on Friday just outside of Dunbar High School. The mayor and the acting police commissioner speaking following that shooting, talking about the prevalence of guns in our city. So coming up in 15 minutes, you're going to hear from them. Plus, I'll detail these different investigations that are underway and hear how the community is responding to this violence as well. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:42 is the time on this Labor Day, and if you're just waking up right now, get outside now while you can.
That's right. Anything that needs to be done outside has to happen this early in the morning. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with just how hot it's going to be later.
Yeah, hopefully you didn't save the yard work or anything outside for today because it's going to be brutally hot at times. Of course, we are getting ready for football season. Exciting stuff at M&T Bank Stadium by this upcoming weekend. Hopefully by then we will cool down a little bit because this would be pretty tough for the start of that. Upper 90s. Yeah, that's where we're headed today. I am tracking extreme heat pretty much all week long before the storms return later this week, and that's going to usher in not as hot temperatures just in time for the weekend. We are starting off in the 70s this morning, low, mid, and upper 70s. That's how warm it feels right now. These numbers are going to climb. So right now they're pretty much where our temperatures are at, but by lunchtime, despite how high our actual temperatures get at that point, it's going to feel like we're well into the triple digits. And we stay there as we head through the afternoon. So brutally hot at times. As we cruise into your Tuesday, similar setup. So a lot of kids heading back to school, upper 70s, low 80s. Summer attire will still be needed. It feels like 101 by lunchtime. I feel like that could have an impact on recess time outside even. Make sure the kids are taking lots of water with them. You want to stay hydrated, especially when it's going to continue to feel like we're in the triple digits for not one day, but multiple days in a row here. We're also looking at the potential to set new records. Today, aiming for a high of 99. Current record stands at 96 from 2019. Same for tomorrow. 96 is the record to beat. I think we get awfully close with highs in the upper 90s. On Wednesday, another close call. Upper 90s is where we're headed, and that's where the current record stands. If we do reach 100 degrees, it'll be the first time it's happened since the 1980s in September. So pretty incredible stuff. So keep these tips in mind because we're not used to this kind of heat this late in the season. Hydrate, drink lots and lots of water. Loose and lightweight clothing, highly recommended. Take breaks in the shade or the air conditioning, and check in on your neighbors and your pets too. If you are hoping for some fall-like temperatures, eventually you're in luck. From September 11th through the 17th, Climate Prediction Center includes us in this blue bubble here. A decent chance for below average temperatures at that point in the month. But not this point. Early September, it's toasty. Temperatures are running at least 10 to 15 degrees above where they should be. Upper 90s will take us through at least Wednesday. Mid 90s on Thursday, even with that chance for some spotty storms. Storms become more likely and more scattered Friday into Saturday, but at least that cools us down. So some relief is in sight. We are back in the low 80s by the end of the weekend. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Officials in Washington, D.C. enforcing a new youth curfew, to try and deter youth crime after a teen is fatally stabbed.
More on the new action to curb juvenile crime from our Sinclair sister station in D.C.
How do we make sure that youth and families who are maybe in need of assistance are getting it?
Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice Lindsay Appiah outlining her goals earlier this week ahead of last night's start to D.C.'s enhanced juvenile curfew pilot.
We want young people to be safe, and we know that oftentimes when they're out at 2 and 3 in these times of night in the morning that there's a lack of safety for them and others.
However, it was a violent start to the new program. Overnight, MPD responding to at least 4 shootings across the district that killed 4 people. This included a 15-year-old boy, an 18-year-old woman, and a 19-year-old woman. Under the pilot program, any children out are taken to the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, which neighbors living near the scenes of last night's shootings say is a good first step to combat the violence.
Hope is that the parents will understand that it's important for their youth to be home at a decent hour.
I think it's a good effort. I understand the need. What more needs to be done? I don't know. I feel like it's a systemic problem that has a lot of different layers.
On the first night, 0 children were taken there. So 7 News is on your side, asking the city. Would you say that's a sign of success, or that more needs to be done with the youth pilot? A city official tells us a majority of kids who are told to go home by MPD follow those orders, and the program's success can't necessarily be determined by the number of kids apprehended. But 7 News is on your side, asking city officials more questions about the program. The shootings overnight happened near youth curfew enforcement areas. Were officers stationed in the right place to prevent them? A city official points to Mayor Muriel Bowser's previous statement, saying she would like to see MPD have 4,000 officers compared to the 3,300 now. Is the youth curfew enforcement taking away resources for other crimes? A city official telling 7 News this pilot program is actually designed to keep officers on the streets. D.C. has had a youth curfew with varying levels of enforcement since 1995, which required officers to stay with apprehended youth until a parent or guardian picked them up from the police precinct, while the pilot program has officers handing off the children to the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services instead, which can offer services to those families.
We need officers patrolling, and so we want to be able to give them the opportunity to do that by allowing for DYRS, who do work with young people, to really offer that support.
647 now to the Lynn Solar Traffic Network. All clear around the area as you see people up and out and moving on this Labor Day. A lot of people probably staying home, though. No major issues to report. We do have one traffic alert for you, though, this morning. Seminary Avenue is closed due to a water main break that happened one day before the Maryland Cycling Classic on Saturday. An MDOT employee tells Fox 45 News they're trying to get a contractor to fix the road that has buckled in spots, but they don't know when it will be fixed since it is a holiday. They say they didn't notify the state because it's not a state road. Labor Day typically marks the end of the busy travel season, and TSA reports this year broke records. TSA officials expect to screen 11% more passengers over the long weekend compared to this time last year. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg believes U.S. air travel is back in demand. AAA says more travelers are hitting the highway this Labor Day weekend. If you're heading home today, the best time to travel is after 7 p.m. The Howard County Superintendent says the problems will be fixed on several school bus routes by the time that students return to class tomorrow. The superintendent expects 11 of the 20 bus routes that were temporarily suspended last week to be up and running tomorrow. Families should expect an additional update this afternoon. Pickup routes for students are expected to remain the same. Tomorrow, the last of the school districts in our area heads back to the classroom. Students in Carroll County will have their first day of class tomorrow. More than 25,000 students heading back into school. Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties also return to school tomorrow. If you are looking to run some errands on your day off, you might have some trouble. In our next hour, we'll let you know which stores are closed for Labor Day.
Nashville is coming to White Marsh. How the fire department is helping you rock out with some country artists.
And stores that aren't closed on Labor Day. I bet you can find an open Rofo or somewhere to get some coffee.
Get some coffee. And you know what? Stick around. Grab your coffee right now, because coming up in just a little bit, Cash Crab is going to be here, and they're going to show us how to you can prepare your Labor Day festivities. Look at that. They're setting up right now.
Well, I'm going to drink the coffee now, because I don't know how coffee and crabs go together. I'm going to get the coffee out of the way and have the crabs later.
No, look at that.
I would not do Old Bay in my coffee.
We'll be out there in just a little bit teaching you how to do 6:53, Harford County Councilman Aaron Penman held a rally to get enough signatures so that term limits would be on the next ballot in his county. The councilman points to other jurisdictions where term limits are already established, stating public office is a calling, not a career. Joining this morning with the pros and cons of term limits, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
You see term limits. I mean, we obviously go to Question K in Baltimore City. They got overwhelming support from the voters saying there needs to be term limits on these politicians. You're starting to see that spread on local levels, state levels. Why not? Do you think this is going to be going to federal levels?
You know, I think voters believe that elected officials take so much for granted. And when they limit the terms for them to serve and bring in fresh voices, they sort of can minimize corruption and minimize many of the issues that we face today. You know, some people believe that the voter's voice every 2, 4, 6 years represent term limits. But I think, Tom, particularly when you think about what happened in Baltimore City and Kay being on the ballot and over 70% voted this, I think this is a sentiment all across the country. I think many Americans are looking for answers where they want legislatures to serve them, not their own interests. And it doesn't matter to them whether they're Democrats or Republicans. They seem to believe that they come together in supporting critical legislation against their best interests. And I think this changes have begun to sweep. I think the representative is on this something. It's just the environment that we find ourselves in. And I think the leadership, the people who are elected, just cannot take things for granted any longer, that it's going to be business as usual. I think you're going to see more and more on the local levels in these municipalities that people are going to demand term limits because they want accountability and they want a government that serves them.
Armstrong, you've been in the political arena for quite some time now, discussing this and commentating on it and analyzing it. When we start talking about term limits, I mean, this one right here, the county executive in Harford County is already on under 2 terms. So there's 8 years there. Other people argue saying, you know what, not every position should be cut off at 8 years because that doesn't give them enough time to build up the wisdom or the connections and figure out the process to be able to establish what they want to at that point. Do you agree with that?
I don't think the voters care about that, Tom. I think the voters look at this and say, it doesn't matter. We need to demand leadership that serves the people. I mean, people are really struggling. And they look at these elected officials that go into the office, they may be worth $40,000 or $50,000, and then in a few years they're worth millions of dollars and have stock portfolios. That what you just mentioned, they don't care about it. They care about government working for them. And right now, many Americans all across the country, not just in Maryland, don't believe that government works for we the people.
Do you think, though, when they start doing it more on a federal level, that will just go across the entire country on state and local levels?
I got to tell you, Tom, when you look at Senator Dianne Feinstein, Senate Minority Leader McConnell, Governor John Fetterman, and President Joe Biden, and you see, I don't know whether it was a mini stroke by Mitch McConnell, but people are beginning to believe that being in politics too long not only take a toll on delivery for the people, but it also takes a toll on our elected officials physically. I think all this plays into this movement, and I think you're going to see in a couple of years a major change from we the people. I think a sleeping giant has been awakened about this issue itself. I don't think it's going back to sleep anytime soon, Tom.
Well, do you think then that will bring up a discussion about the Supreme Court? I mean, because you see justices there that will be there to serve their lifetime, and it's up to them, their own discretion, to be able to step down or retire.
That is a different issue. Okay. There are 3 separate branches of government, legislative, judicial, and executive. I mean, the Supreme Court dances to its own music.
But you tied in executive with the legislators right there. So that's why I was kind of like, why not all 3 of them, right? I mean, because the president, you brought up Joe Biden, 47 years there, and now he's president. He did move up, so he was moving up in different positions. I mean, the Senate definitely was there for a while.
I don't think you have the argument with the judicial branch of government that you have with the legislative and executive. I think the issues that people have an angst against right now are these elected officials and whether they serve their interests or not. Whether the Supreme Court could be a part of that conversation in the future, certainly that is possible. But right now, it has more to do with the White House and Congress, where people feel they don't get the leadership they deserve. They get the leadership that works for themselves and not for we the people. And they want to change that. And hopefully elected officials, Tom, get the message and they can sort of slow down this movement by people all across the country. But it's a wait and see. It's in their hands. But ultimately, what you realize here is that the people have the power, and these leaders must adhere to their bosses. And their bosses are we, the American people, and they're exercising their power to make sure that there's accountability. If not, run them out of office or put something on the ballot where you limit the terms that they can serve.
I'm Sean Williams, coming from what I hear you're up in Alaska this morning?
Juneau.
Juneau, oh man, great town, yeah.
In the wilderness, Tom. It's nothing but the wilderness here.
Just got to watch for those bugs.
Whales.
Yeah.
Bears and whales.
Bears, whales, and hopefully maybe a moose or two. Just keep away from the mosquitoes. I'm Sean Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a violent Labor Day weekend, and just ahead, we are going to take a look at the shooting investigations underway across the city, including one right here in Fells Point.
And temperatures are already heating up. We are tracking an extremely hot stretch that's going to take us through much of the week. I'll let you know what days will be the hottest in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor in Baltimore, and our Towson camera tracking the severe heat that will be moving through our region today through the middle of the week. And it will be the hottest days of the year, possibly record-breaking temperatures.
Well, good morning to you on this Labor Day, Monday, September 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly if you are grilling out or maybe doing some crabs today. Cash Crab will be joining us here in a little bit outside.
Let's get over to Amy Aronson and see how it's going to feel if you're standing over a grill.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard job today. Actually, next couple of days, it's going to be really, really hot out there. Make sure you have some air conditioning or a nice fan nearby if you're going to be doing that, because temperatures are already warming up and it's just barely breakfast time. Low to mid 70s to start things off as you enjoy some coffee this morning. Hopefully it's iced coffee. As you plan out the rest of your day, maybe you're just enjoying some ice cream or a snowball or something refreshing. Temperatures will be heating up, so it's the perfect day for that. But it's going to melt fast. We've got temperatures in the mid 90s by lunchtime, upper 90s near 100 by the end of the day. And this is just the beginning of it. We've got a whole hot week ahead of us. I'll let you know when it eventually comes to an end in 10 minutes. Tom?
Well, thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and taking a look at the map right here, just below the Lens Solar Traffic Network sign, there is an indicator there because of one vehicle accident, 95 northbound. And yet normally we talk about this as construction throughout the week, but today, because it's a holiday, 95 is wide open. That vehicle is over on the right shoulder. They're taking care of it, and there are no delays. We do have a traffic alert, though, for you this morning. Seminary Avenue is closed due to a water main break that happened a day before the Maryland Cycling Classic Saturday. MDOT employee telling Fox 45 News they're trying to get a contractor to fix the road that has buckled in some spots. You can see it in this video here. But they don't know when it will be fixed since it was a holiday weekend. They say they did not notify the state because it is not a state road.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis. It has been a violent Labor Day weekend. At least 9 shootings across the city leaves one person dead and multiple others injured.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a closer look at the cases and how the people are reacting in their community. Shannon.
Yeah, one of those shooting incidents, Tom and Patrice, happened right here in the heart of Fells Point. In fact, police tell us that officers followed a blood trail that started here along Fleet Street and Broadway, and it led them to a gunshot victim along Orland Street and North Central Avenue. Now, people we spoke to in this area just say they don't feel safe anymore.
I'm concerned about my safety because no one's safe really nowadays. You have to watch your back, you have to look over your shoulder, wherever you go, because this is Baltimore City.
Now, that did ring true in areas across the city yesterday. Along with this Fells Point shooting, police say a man was shot in southeast Baltimore and another man shot and killed inside a nightclub. And just days before, on Friday, a 12-year-old was shot outside Dunbar High School. That night, Mayor Brandon Scott and Acting Commissioner Richard Worley addressed the number of guns on the streets of Baltimore.
Senseless, cowardly act of gun violence in our city that strikes a young child who's now in the hospital.
We have to deal with the prevalence of guns in our community, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's the right thing to do.
Now, police do report that 12-year-old is now in stable condition. As for this recent shooting here in Fells Point, this is not the first incident we've told you about in recent months. In fact, you'll remember back in June, there was a shooting we reported right here along Broadway Street. And in May, a large fight took over Thames Street. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. In just over a week, state lawmakers will be holding a hearing in Annapolis to talk about Maryland's juvenile crime crisis.
It is not a special session. It can't be used to enact new laws or even change existing ones.
Now, this comes on the heels of several violent incidents involving juveniles in Baltimore City over the past 2 months. Fox 45 News obtaining video of an 11-year-old. You can see him here being let out of handcuffs after allegedly stealing a vehicle. His parents were there, but police say he cannot face any charges because of his age. In mid-August, 3 teens were arrested after allegedly shooting at police from a stolen vehicle and then fleeing to a nearby home in northeast Baltimore. 2 of those suspects under the age of 18, and police say both have previously been arrested for auto theft.
Just last week, a 14-year-old was one of 2 teens arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Fox 45 News has learned the 14-year-old was wearing an ankle monitor at the time. He is one of 2 teen suspects wearing an ankle monitor during the shooting, raising questions about how the Department of Juvenile Services monitors the children in its system.
It has to be a 24-hour monitoring, 7 days a week. They have to respond if the child is absent or not compliant with the terms of GPS and from detention.
We are literally saying, what do we need to do more rapidly so that kids know right away, you cannot mess around with this. This is serious stuff. And so that's evolving.
Well, several states' attorneys across Maryland say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable.
What we're realizing when we talk to young people is that young people, the juveniles, know there's nothing that we can do.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them, they're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one, can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day.
Well, the state's attorneys are taking issue with 2 laws in particular. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. And the Child Interrogation Act keeps police from questioning juveniles without a parent and attorney present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during this year's legislative session, but didn't approve any changes.
State Senator Jill Carter authored and sponsored some of the legislation in question, and she is standing by her laws. In a conversation with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost, Carter said she does not think the laws are the main issue contributing to juvenile crime. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates disagrees.
I think that police and prosecutors need to be better educated if they're believing that they can't do anything, which I don't know why they would believe that.
There's nothing the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable, and they're doing whatever they want.
Fox 45 News also sent questions to Governor Westmore's office last month asking about what changes need to be made to hold juveniles accountable. In response, the governor's office sent us a statement reading that the governor will continue working with legislators and community leaders to bring solutions that provide real measures of accountability.
7:07 this morning, authorities confirm 1 person is dead and thousands of others are stranded in the Nevada desert after heavy rain swamped the annual Burning Man festival.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with the impact of the torrential flooding over the weekend. Taylor.
You guys, just an unusual summer storm turned the Burning Man festival into a sloppy mess in the desert of Nevada. It left more than 70,000 people right now stranded, left to wait it out until authorities can reach them. I want to show you guys what folks are up against who are there at the festival as we speak. We've got a tweet here, and this is where they are. They're camping out. They're holding on until authorities can get to them. The situation here is that 2 to 3 months worth of rain drenched the area in just 24 hours from Friday to Saturday. It's made it nearly impossible to drive out of the venue. Authorities are urging folks to stay put, conserve water and food until the roads are safe.
We were told this morning to shelter in place and to not try to drive out unless you had all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, because once some cars get stuck, it's going to back all these 70,000 people from getting out the next day or the day after. We don't want a bunch of cars stuck. So everybody's pretty cool about staying where we are.
Now take a look at this video. It's posted online by DJ Diplo. You can see him and Chris Rock. They were able to hitch a ride with a fan, but not before having to hike nearly 6 miles through the mud. At this point, we do know there is an investigation underway into the person that died at that festival. It's not clear if it's weather related, but we'll keep you updated as we learn more at the Life Center. Back to you.
All right, who wants to read this one? Yeah, do you want to talk about it? I want to talk about it.
Heat. I can't believe that we are facing the possibility of hitting 100 degrees. It is September, which is just such an odd thing. We're coming off of July and August, and now we're talking about 100 degrees.
Yeah, I thought you liked the heat, though, right?
I do. And I'm holding on to summer for as long as I can.
I think after this week, you're going to be like, I'm ready for fall. Let's just jump into a new season. You're going to get your fix. It's going to be really hot over the next couple of days. Today, for example, we're starting off mild this morning, mid-70s to begin with a mix of clouds and sun. As we head through the afternoon, upper 80s and eventually mid-90s today if you're going to be spending today trying to stay cool on the water. Couple of things. Don't forget the sunscreen. You'll notice we've got blue skies and sunshine all day long. And the water. You want to stay hydrated. Drink lots and lots of water, not only today, but through the rest of the week. And that's where the concerns come in, because this is going to be a prolonged heat wave, and that gives us a lot of issues. So let's actually get to Joy Wang with our sister Sinclair station in Washington, D.C., who joins us live with how you can beat the heat. I hope you're staying cool out there, Joy.
The cool weather was so nice just a couple days ago. I was embracing the fall temperatures, and then yesterday you could really feel the difference. Of course, I've got my sunscreen here with me, and that water, staying hydrated, is key when the weather is this hot. And of course, you want to try and stay indoors. The air conditioner is your best friend. Here in the district, though, a hot weather emergency happening starting yesterday, going all the way until Thursday. Right now, I'm standing just outside of Francis Pool, and the outdoor pools are going to be open. Here are, though, the signs that doctors say to look out for that show you're overheating. That includes muscle pains, cramps, not just in your muscles, but also in your stomach, chest, arms, and legs. You're feeling very fatigued, dizzy, even nauseated. If that happens, move to a cooler location, get rid of any excess layers of clothing, and cool yourself off with that AC, and again, by drinking plenty of water. Now, if you feel excessively dizzy, your skin is red and hot, you feel like your heart is beating out of your chest, maybe there's even some confusion going on as well, those are signs of a heat stroke, and you'll definitely want to see a medical provider or even call 911. In Northwest D.C., Joy Wang, back to you.
All right, thank you, Joy. Well, it's time for some football. We're kicking off the season, and you can win money every day, well, every weekday from now until September 21st.
So grab your phone to scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our touchdown trivia contest. Get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. One weekly national winner will then win $5,000. Again, just scan the QR code to get the touchdown trivia question of the day. Good luck.
Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour.
Anne Arundel County Police Department with Baltimore City Police Department both should have seen that this crowd was swelling.
City agencies releasing their after-action report detailing their missteps the day of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Topping our next half hour, the lingering questions some have about that report.
And a new social media app designed as a scheduling app for high school students is raising concerns after the break how parents can help their kids navigate through social media safely. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. The following segment is sponsored by GBMC.
Students in this day and age use social media to connect with their friends. A new platform called the Saturn app is gaining popularity, but it is also raising some privacy and safety concerns that parents should be aware of. Kelly Truex, Community Outreach Coordinator for GBMC's Safe and Domestic Violence Program, joins us with a look at this Saturn app and just at overall social media safety. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning.
So this app, on the surface, it allows kids to put their class schedules in so they can see who else is in their class, connect with them. But anyone can get in and see all that information. So it opens the door for all types of predators.
It absolutely does. When Saturn was first released, there were not many safety controls, and someone could actually join the app just using a phone number. They have taken some steps to, update their controls to make the app a little bit more safer. However, it does urge the students to link their Snapchat accounts, their camera rolls, their Instagram accounts, and even their Venmo, which can open up so many problems for students within schools. Once you are actually verified through the app, you see the entire school bell schedule, as well as any assemblies or events that are going on at the school, which could also pose a danger as well.
Right. I mean, you're finding out all this information about all of these kids, where they're going to be, what they like. I mean, so many ways to then be able to connect with these kids. What do parents need to know about this? And are there controls that parents can put in place?
I think with this app, along with any other app that any of your children are using, the parents really need to educate themselves about the app. Not just Saturn, but any app that a child is using. The parents need to know the ins and outs of that app. They need to know how to set the parental controls. They need to know how to go in and see what their child is actually doing with that app.
Beyond this particular app, what are some of the trends and dangers we're seeing online? Because this isn't the only one.
No, absolutely not. We are seeing sextortion. It's rising. It's actually very, very scary. We are seeing a rise in teen suicide among males because of sextortion, because these students and these children feel like they don't have anyone to go to. And when someone is threatening to expose, sexual information about that person, they feel like they have no one to turn to.
So how do parents talk to their kids about being safe on social media? What do they do?
First, parents need to educate themselves about those apps once again, and then they really need to sit down and they need to start having open, honest conversations about what their child is doing, what they're doing on the internet, why they're using it, why it's helpful. Need to really look into the app and see what are the harmful things that they could be accessing on those apps as well. I think it's really important to talk to your children and know that, hey, if you can't talk to me, are there at least two other people in your life that if something were to happen or someone started to threaten you on the internet, are there two people in your life that you can go to that you would feel comfortable going to for help?
And Kelly, just real quick, are there any apps in particular that kids should absolutely stay away from, that parents should ban?
I would not throw any apps out there like that, but
Okay.
I will say for parents, any app that has a chat feature poses a significant danger.
Okay.
Any app that has a chat feature.
Kelly, thank you so much. That is such good information.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's 7:19 and we need to switch gears and see just how hot we're going to be today, how sweltering.
Yesterday, today, tomorrow, the next day. Will it be here Thursday? Meteorologist Amy Aronson talking about this heat wave in September.
And so my daughter's going back to school tomorrow, and she had an outfit that had long jeans. I'm like, I don't think you're going to want to wear that.
No.
Definitely not. I know.
You're going to want to be in shorts.
Just like kind of in the back of the closet for another week or so. Yeah, it's going to be hot. Summer stuff still appropriate. The one issue we are facing, the drought conditions. So we've got abnormally dry conditions in the Baltimore area, moderate drought conditions if you're north and west. This means we really need the rain, not the heat. Unfortunately, we're not tracking much in terms of showers and storms this week, so I have a feeling this is only go and get worse, especially with the hot temperatures coming our way. We're off to an overcast start currently, mid and upper 70s to begin, so we're already kind of warm. Once that sun breaks through, it's going to get even hotter. Now, across the country in the west, they've got the complete opposite issue. They've seen a ton of rain, and the result is some major flooding, especially in spots like Nevada. A flood watch is actually ongoing there. For us, we're on the dry side of the country, and our only weather maker, high pressure. That's sitting to our south, pumping in all that hot air, and that's going to stay there as we head over the next couple of days, acting as a heat pump. Not really tracking any real chances for showers or storms today, tomorrow, Wednesday. So I'm flying through this future scan here. But I do want to show you what we're expecting come Thursday. That's when that next cold front approaches from the west. And this is what we need to kind of break this heat wave, break this hot stretch, and also bring in some showers and some storms and some much needed rain. But leading up to that, it's just going to be really, really hot. So yesterday we got up to 98 degrees, and then it looks like more of the same up through Thursday. So this heat wave will be a 5-day event before we're back in the upper 80s on Friday. So for back to school tomorrow, if your kids are going back to school, yeah, the summer stuff's still appropriate. That means t-shirts and shorts and dresses, because we've got temperatures in the upper 80s by lunchtime. Outdoor recess is going to be tough, and then upper 90s to wrap up the day, and feeling like triple digits. And that's going to be the case at least through midweek. We've got tons of sunshine too. I'm tracking some spotty storms starting on Thursday, but I think most hold off until Friday and Saturday. That's when they become more scattered, and that's what's going to bring an end to this hot September stretch, bringing us back into the mid 80s by Saturday, and then lower 80s with dry conditions again by Sunday. Tom, Patrice?
Well, today is Labor Day. Still ahead, we'll tell you which stores will be closed and which are open for this federal holiday.
Rock out with some of your favorite country artists right here in White Marsh. Still ahead, who you can expect to see this weekend. Time now 7:22, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Nashville is coming to White Marsh, and you can rock with some country artists.
Yeah, we are live with Dylan Davis talking about the upcoming event that's happening right at the White Marsh Volunteer Fire Department. Good morning, Dylan.
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, we're doing well. This is a big event. This is my first question for you. Indoor, I know you have a big facility there at the White Marsh Volunteer Fire Department. Is this indoor or is this outdoor?
Unfortunately, our facility is not that big. We have to host the concert outside.
So people should just be ready for a little bit of heat, but the artists are going to bring some heat. Who's going to be out there performing?
Yeah, so we have Travis Denning, we have Ashley Cook, and then we have our local band Boot and Rally.
All right, and you still have tickets. I was on the website. You know, you're calling this, and Fields of Fire. It's what it's called. So I love the name of this concert. You still have plenty of tickets. Well, I'd say plenty. It looks like a lot of the seats up front are already going, but there are still some that people can get, and anywhere from $30 to $60, right? Not bad.
Yeah. We still have all different types of tickets available. So we have general admission starts at $30. We have seats, which are $40, and then pit is $60. So we also have the on-site parking still, and off-site. It's still available with ticket purchase.
Okay, so is this all concert, or are there other things going on around this event, around that day?
We do have a couple vendors coming, and we did partnership with Barks, the animal hospital. They are actually bringing an adoption wagon
nice.
For animals that you can come and see. Yeah, so we're super excited about that too.
Okay, so now that sounds like it's a family event.
Yeah.
Bring the kids out for that.
Family friendly. That's correct. Yep.
Right off of Philadelphia Road, right there in White Marsh. And of course, getting the tickets now. I'm looking at the venue and the map out that you have laid out there in the pit. And when I saw pit, I automatically assumed it was pit beef. But now I get it. So it went to a different level.
We went to food.
That's okay. I love pit beef. Unfortunately, that's not on the menu, but we do have some other fair foods.
All right. Well, we're going to check in with you in just a little bit again, and then maybe we'll get more into detail about what food is out there. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Sounds good. Yep, absolutely.
If you'd like some information about how you can get into the pit but not eat pit beef, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/news links. And White Marsh Volunteer Fire Department does a lot of events throughout the year if you missed this one.
Well, temperatures will be in the upper 90s on this Labor Day Monday. Meteorologist Amy Aronson lets us know how the rest of the work week is shaping up.
Maryland Cycling Classic returns still ahead, while the winner says it was a very difficult race. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Labor Day, and whoo, your breathing is going to be labored today.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson is bringing you a hot forecast, a lot of orange behind you.
Yeah, already, and it's only 7:30 this morning. We're already heating up and heating up fast now that the sun is making an appearance. We're in the mid and upper 70s, getting close to 80 in some spots, and that is early this morning. So that's kind of a sign of where we're headed today. Make sure you're staying hydrated, knock out your outdoor activities earlier over later if you want to work out outside, maybe walk the dog, take a jog, because as early as 10 a.m., we're already approaching that 90-degree mark. And these numbers will climb and get awfully close to 100 today. Either way, it's going to feel like it, and this is going to continue for not one day, but multiple days this week. So coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this heat wave is going to last and what finally brings it to an end. Tom, Patrice?
Thank you, Amy. Here are some things that you can do to keep yourself and your family safe from this heat. Make sure you wear loose, lightweight clothing. Use your oven less to help reduce temperatures in your home. And then if you are outside, find some shade, wear a hat wide enough to protect your face, drink plenty of water to stay hydrated. Baltimore police still searching for the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting after an 18 and a 14-year-old were charged last week. Two other teens already in custody in connection with this shooting.
None of the suspects, though, have been charged with murdering 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez or 20-year-old Kylise Fagbemi. And acting police commissioner Richard Worley says the investigation is far from over.
I want to be very clear, this investigation is not ending anytime soon. Every tool in our tool belt will be used to identify and apprehend those responsible for this horrific and tragic incident.
This morning, we are continuing our coverage of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the after-action report into that shooting, detailing potential missteps in the handling of the case.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with how a law enforcement expert is responding and the questions that still remain. Shannon?
Yeah, lots of questions, Tom and Patrice, because this case remains unsolved. Like you guys said, police are still searching for the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And this comes as experts are weighing in on that after-action report that we received just last week. You'll remember one of the key findings from that report showed there were several dozen officers available to be deployed to Brooklyn Day, but they were not called in until after the shooting took place. Well, we spoke with former FBI agent Tyrone Powers about that. He's calling it a major misstep.
Anne Arundel County Police Department with Baltimore City Police Department both should have seen that this crowd was swelling. The fact that there was a little bit of indifference, the fact that Anne Arundel County was essentially called off, it's problematic.
In fact, the report reads, quote, officer indifference may have compromised awareness, planning, and response to Brooklyn Day prior to the large crowds arriving. But acting police commissioner Worley also says his officers were not properly informed ahead of the block party. Peace chairman Giovanni Patterson is weighing in with the remaining questions about the mediation led by Safe Streets workers that day.
What happens with Safe Streets? I mean, you have these guys in 4 out of 5 mediations or 4 out of 5 of their interactions involve weapons. So what happens with the weapons when they leave the mediation?
So that's a question that we continue to work to get answers to as this investigation continues. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the Brooklyn Day mass shooting in the 3 organizations that released their after-action reports just last week. Our complete coverage is available online right now at foxbaltimore.com. In Anne Arundel County, state police say 65-year-old man is arrested for alleged sexual solicitation. Investigators telling Fox 45 News not even 2 weeks ago, Louise Barunde, who you see right there, engaged in an inappropriate text chat online with who he thought was a 13-year-old girl, but was actually an undercover officer. Barunde is currently being held without bond at the Anne Arundel County Detention Center.
In Prince George's County, authorities are investigating an ambulance fire that spread through a fire station in Upper Marlboro.
The ambulance did burn with so much intensity that it scorched the side of Rescue Squad 20. It melted the lights and burned the paint off of the side. Fire burned up into the ceiling and partially through the roof of the firehouse. So we have significant damage.
No one was hurt. The older building did have smoke alarms, but no sprinklers. Now, while an investigation is underway, fire crews from that station will work out of a station down the road with no service interruptions.
This morning, police in Pennsylvania continue their search for a convicted murderer.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on the multi-state manhunt. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right, you guys. This is Danilo Cavalcante. For 5 days now, he's been able to evade police after escaping from a Chester County prison last Thursday. He made a break for it while awaiting a transfer to a state prison. Now, this morning, investigators believe they have a potential sighting on their hands. Take a look at this. Surveillance video shows Cavalcante creeping through a wooded area just before 2 a.m. Saturday. It's only a mile or so from that prison that he escaped from the day before. He's wearing a white shirt, gray shorts, and white sneakers.
What we want to focus on is finding this individual. He's an extremely dangerous person. We're asking the public's help. We believe he possibly could be hiding in the area. And again, like I said, it's a very rural area. We're asking all the neighbors in this area to keep an eye out.
Now, the Chester County District Attorney believes he's heading south. Law enforcement officers have been using drones, helicopters, and dogs to look for him. We do want to mention he was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend in front of their children just last month. So this is obviously someone investigators want to find. We'll keep you updated at the Life Center. Back to you.
Well, Baltimore's gun violence takes over Labor Day weekend. Topping our next half hour, hear what residents have to say about the violence in the city, plus how the mayor's responding.
In just over a week, state lawmakers will be addressing Maryland's juvenile crime crisis. Still ahead, what we can expect from the hearings as the juvenile crime crisis continues.
Oh, and we could be breaking records today. Yeah, but it's about the heat. That's right, September 4th, we're talking maybe 100 degrees just ahead when we could expect a cool down. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Almost 7:40 on this Labor Day. It's going to be a hot one. Temperatures are heating up and heating up fast today. Actual temperatures headed for the upper 90s. Feeling temperatures headed for, the triple digits. Feeling like 102 this afternoon. under sunny skies. Make sure you're staying hydrated and staying cool this afternoon. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll tell you how many days we're going to be up against like this and what finally brings this hot stretch to an end. Tom, Patrice.
7:40 now to a bright spot for your morning. Cyclists and fans alike brave the heat for the second annual Maryland Cycling Classic.
The 121-mile course began in Sparks, went all through Baltimore County's countryside before wrapping up at the Inner Harbor around 5 last night. In the end, a 22-year-old, Mathias Skyelmos of Denmark, pulled away for the victory, finishing the course in about 4 hours and 26 minutes.
Look how much fun everybody seems to be having there. Look how many bikes. Even though for the world's most elite athletes, that sweltering heat was an issue.
You get out there and they were really flat until the circuit is tearing really on the body, and also just the heat. Combination of everything is just making it a really hard race.
Well, the top American cyclist finished in second places, 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind the winner. The state superintendent of schools facing scrutiny over deleted text messages on a state-issued cell phone. Coming up after the break, an attorney will join us live to break down the latest on this investigation.
The Maryland's Child Victims Act goes into effect in less than a month. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, a sexual abuse attorney joins us live with how abuse victims can find peace on their path to healing. 7:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The following segment is sponsored by Gilman and Bedigian.
7:44, and the Public Information Act was established to allow you, the public, to keep checks on your public leaders and officials by accessing data involving government affairs. The law establishes boundaries and set rules surrounding records to be accessible with undue cost or delay. There may be multiple violations, though, with the act at the Maryland's Department of Education, specifically with the superintendent himself. Joining us now with the possible legal consequences, founding partner with Gilman and Bedigian, attorney Charles Gilman. Good morning, Charles.
Morning, Tom. Happy Labor Day.
Happy Labor Day. Yeah, this is a story that you've seen. Fox has been covering this, and the public information clearly establishes certain boundaries for what is and what is not accessible to the public and what is allowed. So why is there such a conversation now going on with Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry and what he has done with his text messages?
Well, what he's done with his text messages, as I understand it from your reporting, is he had an auto-delete feature turned on. So every 30 days, his text messages were getting deleted, which, quite frankly, if it's his work phone, if you will, or his government-issue phone, that setting should have never been enabled, unless that's the government's policy. And if that's the government's policy, I think this goes a little bit deeper than just him, Mohammed. But I just, it always baffles me why somebody would have that setting. They don't have that much data. Data isn't that expensive to store, and they know it's all subject to the Public Information Act. So why not make it accessible and store it for the public as the act intended?
Right, well, and that's one person that's there, but when Project Baltimore actually said, okay, we wanted to find out more about what was going on behind the scenes because they had pulled back on a lot of their information. Chris Papst had been there to many of their meetings, and so he said, all right, we're going to file a Public Information Act, and we're going to do this because you were deleting text messages. Even after that was filed, there was 12 messages that were still deleted after that request was made. Does that give Project Baltimore some kind of avenue to say, okay, this is illegal, we need to pursue this?
Absolutely. There's civil issues, and it depends what Project Baltimore's ultimate goal is. For example, if there was civil litigation arising out of this, whoever the plaintiff was that brought that litigation would certainly get a spoliation instruction, which means the judge is going to tell the jury that had those text messages been saved, they would have been favorable to the person filing the lawsuit. There are also criminal penalties that he faces as well. I believe it's a misdemeanor with up to $1,000 fine and even jail time that he could face on the criminal aspect. And that would have to be obviously brought by the state prosecutors. But I wouldn't rule that out at this point. I mean, everything's being looked at. As your reporting tells us, there may even be a special session in Annapolis to cover just this very topic.
If that does happen, and we start going a little bit further here to find out exactly what happened, what do you think the timeline would be if it were to go to court?
Under the PIA, it could take months to get to court, maybe even a year right now with some of the backlogs. But I think it also depends. You might also be able to get a temporary restraining order to have that feature turned back off so that text messages are saved. So it depends exactly what somebody's asking the court to do as to how long it takes to get there. But again, I think it's just absurd that these messages are getting deleted even after the Public Information Act request was made.
Yeah, Charles Gilman, always appreciate your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Have a great day.
You too. Happy Labor Day. In fact, speaking of Labor Day, meteorologist Amy Aronson is talking about the heat that is involved with this, and she has the latest for us here. Amy, we were talking about, record-breaking heat today, but really we had heat yesterday, and then the next couple days we're going to have this.
Exactly. So yesterday kicked off this heat wave. Yesterday we actually set a new record of 98 degrees. Old record was 97. Today, I think we might even get a little above that. We're aiming for 99. So it's extreme heat all week long. Longest, hottest stretch since 2020, so it's been quite some time. Storms will return by the very end of the week, and that's going to usher in some not as hot temperatures by the weekend. It's still pretty toasty right now, though. Just to start things off this morning, already feels like we're in the mid and upper 70s in a lot of spots, and it only feels hotter as the day continues. So here's a look at your heat index values. This is how hot it feels, feeling like triple digits today through the afternoon. Pretty uncomfortable, stifling stuff. And it's not just one day. The danger comes because it's going to be warm at night, too, so there's no chance to really cool down, especially if you don't have air conditioning. So even overnight, we only end up in the upper 70s, low 80s. Tomorrow afternoon, just as hot. So for kids heading back to school, summer stuff. That's what you need to break out again. Not the fall flannel just yet. Upper 90s to near 100 by lunchtime. That's how hot it feels. And then once again, feeling close to 104 by the end of the afternoon. So here's a look at some of the records that are up for grabs. Today, I don't think we should have an issue topping that record of 96. Tomorrow, we're forecasting high 98. Current record stands at 96.2 from 1954. And then Wednesday, 98. Current record stands at 98 from 1983. So here are some important tips to keep in mind for you and your family over the next couple of days. Number one, hydration. Drink extra water, more than you normally do. Also, loose, lightweight clothing, highly recommended if you're going to be outside. Take breaks in the shade, or better yet, the air conditioning. And also check in on your neighbors, make sure they're doing okay, their AC is working. And then your pets, limit their time outside, especially during the heat of the afternoon. Now, if you are just ready for fall, you are in luck according to the Climate Prediction Center's 8 to 14-day temperature outlook. This runs from September 11th through the 17th, and it does include the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast in this blue area now. So that zone would indicate a decent chance for below average temperatures, at least by the middle of September. Early September still screams summer. We've got the hottest stretch coming up. We haven't seen temperatures like this so far this summer. Upper 90s for not 1 day, not 2 days, but actually 3 days in a row there. Mid-90s on Thursday as some spotty storms develop, and then storms become more scattered Friday and Saturday, and that's ultimately what's going to bring an end to this heat wave. Upper 80s on Friday, mid to low 80s return over the weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. As the school bell rings again, don't forget to prioritize self-care. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, creative ways to squeeze in exercise even on your busiest days. And we're celebrating Labor Day all morning long. Coming up after the break, we'll show you some crab dishes. Oh, look at this. Look at this. They're setting it all up for us that you can make for your families and friends today on this Labor Day. And check out what's in the basket. Now I'm thinking about crab Benedict with avocado on toast, a little bit of sauce and gravy on top of that, cup of coffee, perfect for your coffee break. I gotta go.
It is finally Labor Day, so that means it's time to break out the grill and cook up a feast for your family and your friends. And you know, any feast in Labor Day in Maryland
crabs are going to be part of that because that's just how we do here. We have Elliot Dern from Cash Crabs, and look, you brought the goods with you.
I got the goods right here in my hand. We had the females right here in our hands. These sizes right here are some medium larges, what we have in that mix.
And listen, we're not the only ones. We're not the only ones who want the crabs. My gosh, the bees have come out in bulk to get some of this. All right, so tell me about this setup. What do we have here?
So pretty much right now today we only have our 2 steamers. Right here is our commercial steamer, so we can do about 2.5 bushels in about 8 to 9 minutes.
Okay.
And this is just your traditional pot and steamer, like how your grandparents used to do it. We put this in here, we drop it in there for about 20 minutes. If it's a bushel, about 25 to 30, and and we get them going. We just brought about a couple bushels down here today. We have the corn butter. We will be cooking all day, so anyone who wants crabs can let us know. We'll be at 7405 Liberty Road, and the Instagram is Cash Crab, XASHCRAB.
Okay, and we're gonna come out and cook with you all morning because we want to know all the secrets. I see the secret sauce going on over there.
And that's the season. The season will have a cameo a little later, but that's the thing that I think is the kicker. Everybody loves the seasoning. Everybody.
They're getting them ready. All right, so do you already have something in the
Yeah, here we can.
Let's see.
These are almost done here.
Oh, look at that. That's going to be the yummy goodness at the end. So we're going to take you through the process of how you get from what you see down there to the finished crab.
Absolutely. It's going to be the whole process today. And we're going to give y'all some open face. So you'll see open face crabs on the grill today as well.
All right. So we'll get all the tips from you about how we can do this at home, or we can just give up, not fight the bees, and come see you guys.
Yeah,
so
give you all the tips and tricks. That's no problem.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Tom, I'm sending it back into you so we can stop fighting the bees.
Seriously, get back out of the bees. Oh, my goodness. All right, well, it is Labor Day, and he said something about grilling out some crabs. I can't wait to see that. But how many operations and other businesses will be closed today? Here's a look at what is and is not in working order for your Labor Day. Banks, post offices, they're closed. ATMs and some services may be available online. Government offices will be closed for the federal holiday. UPS stores will not be open. FedEx operates on modified hours and will not pick up or delivery. Big box store Costco is not open. Target, Walmart, Starbucks, and McDonald's will continue with business. Labor Day is also the perfect day to reflect on American labor movement and the rights of workers. Still ahead, a taxpayer watchdog group is joining us live with more on the Department of Labor's recent move to expand overtime pay eligibility for salaried workers. And Maryland is dealing with its hottest temperatures this week. Still ahead, things you can do to try and beat the heat. 7:57 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. We are taking you into the news right now here on Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 8 o'clock, and here are today's top stories.
A Labor Day weekend with 9 shootings, 1 man found dead. Coming up, a closer look at the cases and the worries now coming from people in that area.
Plus, that violence comes just over a week before lawmakers gather to discuss the juvenile crime crisis, the laws they'll be discussing in Annapolis.
And a tale of 2 seasons in Charm City. Just ahead, the record-breaking temperatures moving into the region and the chances we see triple digits today for the first time in 3 years.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, we are taking you live across Maryland as we look at Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, Towson, and then a closer look at our Weather Authority HD radar as we are tracking severe heat that is moving through the region today. On this Monday, Labor Day, when a lot of people are going to be outside,
right,
you're going to feel the heat. Good morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and if you're down the ocean, stay there until what? I think 2 weeks from now? Then
You're right.
Find some water and stay in it.
It looked nice at the beach, though, right? It's not as hot there. It's still going to heat up, though, at the beaches, too. So nobody's escaping this heat completely. Mid and upper 70s to get your day started. We're already off to a really warm start this morning, and it's only going to get hotter. So we are tracking temperatures into the 90s today, mid 90s by lunchtime, near 100 by the afternoon. You can see that ice cream dripping off to the side there. Yeah, that's what your ice cream is going to do today, but it is the perfect day for it. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly when this heat wave comes to an end and what brings it to an end, too. Tom?
I think that, again, this showcases the need for us to deal with gun violence in a real deep way.
Begin this morning in a city in crisis where it's been a violent Labor Day weekend. 9 shootings across Baltimore City, leaving 1 dead and multiple others injured.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with a closer look at those cases and how people are responding now. Shannon.
Well, one of those shootings, Patrice and Tom, happened right here in the heart of Fells Point. Police say officers followed a blood trail starting here along Fleet Street and Broadway, and it led them to a gunshot victim along Orland Street in North Central Avenue. People we spoke to in this area say they just don't feel safe anymore. Listen.
I'm concerned about my safety because no one's safe really nowadays. You have to watch your back, you have to look over your shoulder wherever you go because this is Baltimore City.
And that reality rang true in areas across the city yesterday. Along with this Fells Point shooting, police say a man was shot in Southeast Baltimore and another man shot and killed inside a nightclub. And just days before, on Friday, a 12-year-old was shot outside Dunbar High School. That night, Mayor Brandon Scott addressed the number of guns on the streets of Baltimore.
Senseless, cowardly act of gun violence in our city that strikes a young child who's now in the hospital.
We have to deal with the prevalence of guns in our community, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's the right thing to do.
Now, police do report that 12-year-old as being in stable condition, thankfully. Meanwhile, this latest shooting here in Fells Point follows more violence that we have reported to you. You'll remember back in June, we reported there was a shooting right here along Broadway Street. And back in May, a large fight on Thames Street. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
In just over a week, state lawmakers will hold a hearing in Annapolis to talk about Maryland's juvenile crime crisis. It's not a special session, and it can't be used to enact new laws or even change the existing ones. Now, this comes on the heels of several violent incidents involving juveniles in Baltimore over the past 2 months. Fox 45 News obtained video of an 11-year-old being let out of handcuffs after allegedly stealing a car. Police say he can't face any charges because of his age. In mid-August, 3 teens were arrested after allegedly shooting at police from a stolen car and then fleeing into a nearby home in Northeast Baltimore. 2 of the suspects are under 18, and police say both have previously been arrested for auto theft.
And just last week, a 14-year-old was one of 2 teens arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Day Homes mass shooting. Fox 45 News learned the 14-year-old was wearing an ankle monitor at the time. He's one of 2 teen suspects wearing an ankle monitor during that shooting, raising questions about how the Department of Juvenile Services monitors the children within its system.
It has to be a 24-hour monitoring, 7 days a week. They have to respond if the child
is absent or not compliant with the terms of GPS and from detention.
We are literally saying, what do we need to do more rapidly so that kids know right away, you cannot mess around with this. This is serious stuff. And so that's evolving.
Well, the state's attorneys are taking issue with two laws in particular. Juvenile Justice Reform Act preventing children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. And the Child Interrogation Act keeps police from questioning juveniles without a parent and an attorney present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during this year's legislative session, but did not approve any changes. State Senator Jill Carter authored and sponsored some of the legislation now in question. She's standing by her laws. In a conversation with Fox 45 News, Mackenzie Frost, Carter said she doesn't think the laws are the main issue contributing to the juvenile crime. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates disagrees.
I think that police and prosecutors need to be better educated if they're believing that they can't do anything, which I don't know why they would believe that.
There's nothing the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable, and they're doing whatever they want.
Fox 45 News also sent questions to Governor Wes Moore's office last month asking about what changes need to be made to hold juveniles accountable. In response, the governor's office sent us a statement saying the governor will continue working with legislators and community leaders to bring solutions that provide real measures of accountability.
And this brings us to our question of the day. What would you like the governor to do about juvenile crime before the next legislative session? Listen to prosecutors or make no changes to the current laws? So far, 95% of those who have responded say listen to prosecutors. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Right now, thousands of people are stranded at an annual desert festival after days of rain turned the ground into quicksand. We'll show you their struggle for food and shelter just ahead here at the live.
A disconnect between police and city leaders. In our next half hour, what needs to happen now to correct the errors made during the Brooklyn Day mass shooting?
And we are 18 days away from the fall equinox. Not going to feel like it this week. It's going to feel like summer. I'll explain what days will be the hottest in a couple of minutes.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look at some of the cameras throughout the Baltimore region here as you see wide open roads, no issues to report as you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:10 on this Monday morning on this Labor Day. It's going to be a hot one out there. One way you could try and beat the heat on the water. Maybe you're planning on spending today on the bay. If you are, don't forget the water and the sunscreen. You're going to need both items with tons of sun and temperatures heating their way from the 80s to the mid-90s on the water this afternoon. It's going to be hot everywhere. I'll explain how long this heat wave is going to last in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
This morning, authorities confirm one person is dead and thousands of others are stranded in the Nevada desert after heavy rain swamped the annual Burning Man festival.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with how the impacts of the torrential flooding over the weekend still causing some concern now.
I mean, you guys, we're taking you live here to Las Vegas, the Burning Man Festival in Nevada. An unusual storm turned the Burning Man Festival into a sloppy mess in the desert. I want to show you what people there are up against. Take a look. This is after that torrential downpour. Fire you can see in the distance as folks are running for cover. At this point, more than 70,000 people are stranded there, left to wait it out until authorities can get to them. Take a look at what they're going through here as miles of cars try to get out of there. The situation is getting more and more intense as folks have to stay in place.
We were told this morning to shelter in place and to not try to drive out unless you had all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, because once some cars get stuck, it's going to back all these 70,000 people from getting out the next day or the day after. We don't want a bunch of cars stuck. So everybody's pretty cool about staying where we are.
Okay, take a look at this video posted online by DJ Diplo. You can see he and Chris Rock were able to hitch a ride with a fan, but not before having to hike nearly 6 miles through the thick mud. The investigation into the death of the person who died at this festival is ongoing. No additional details have been given to us this morning, but it's not clear if it's related to weather. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Well, the heat has returned, and that is causing some Baltimore City schools to dismiss early. Just ahead, the schools that are letting out early and that are without that air conditioning.
Oh, this Labor Day, we're putting a focus on salaried workers. Just ahead, the goal is to possibly get them some overtime pay. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
8:15 now. Labor Day is the unofficial end to summer, but more importantly, it's a time to honor the American labor movement. Late last month, the Department of Labor started the process of increasing the number of salaried workers eligible for overtime pay. So is this good news or bad news for workers and businesses? David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us. Good Labor Day to you. So David, tell us about this new rule, because it seems like it's a good idea for some workers. So is it?
Good morning and happy Labor Day. And, hopefully you can spend some time off today, but this is going to be bad for workers and businesses. Now, let's start at the beginning. What's happening here is that right now, if you make $36,000 or less and you're a salaried employee, you are eligible for overtime because of the low amount that you're making. Now, the Department of Labor, they want to change that to $55,000. So if you're making $54,000 a year, and again, if you're salaried, you're eligible for overtime. Now, Patrice, the problem is that by changing this, it's going to change a lot of things in the workforce. And one thing that businesses will do is that they will change people from salaried to hourly, and that is a problem, because if you're salaried, you get vacation, you get bonuses, you get a lot of other perks than if you're on an hourly basis. Or what they're going to do is, instead of hiring someone for, let's say, $50,000, they may go $40,000 or $45,000 to compensate for overtime that they might make during the course of the year. So we all know that businesses adjust when they have more costs coming into them, and that's what I'm concerned about, is that they're going to do this. And let's say they don't change anything and they start paying overtime to someone who's making $54,000 a year. Well, that's going to increase their costs, and they're going to have to pass that on to consumers. So right. Listen, I think this is really well intentioned, right? They want to give people a raise, but again, there's always these unintended consequences when you do things like this.
And David, this isn't the first time we've seen this. This has come up under the previous two presidents, right?
It has. President Obama tried this, and what he did was raise it almost $20,000, and that was thrown out in court. Now, President Trump, and I think people will be surprised, is that President Trump actually raised the threshold. I believe it was around $30,000. Now it's $36,000, as I mentioned. So Trump was successful in this. And so this has happened before. And small businesses were concerned before in 2016 and 2019. And some of these small businesses said, listen, we're going to have to lay off some people. And it's just like the minimum wage, is that it's good in theory that people get more money, but again, these unintended consequences. And I just think that, the jobs numbers we saw last week with unemployment going up a bit, this is not the time to do it. But, again, this is something the Department of Labor is going to be going through the next 90 days. There's a comment period, so it's not going to happen immediately, but it could happen by the end of the year or early next year.
Wow. All right. Good day to be talking about it. David, Thank you. Go enjoy your Labor Day.
You too. Thank you.
8:18 is the time on this Labor Day, and we know if you were outside at all yesterday, it's going to be hot.
Amy, I went outside to do our cooking segment, our grilling segment, and my hair has changed forever. It won't be the same the rest of the show.
It didn't take long, right?
It didn't take long.
It's nice in here in the air conditioning, but yeah, you just step outside briefly and you're going to feel it. Not only is it going to be hot this week, it's going to be dry. Does not help us out with our drought monitor. This is the current situation, already abnormally dry in the Baltimore area, moderately dry if you're north and west. We need the rain. We're not going to see a ton of rain. This will update again later this week. I believe on Thursday we get another update here, and I have a feeling we're going to see more yellows and tans show up on the map. You can see some hazy sunshine over Towson already. That's helping bring our temperatures up. We're in the 70s, mid and upper 70s to get things started. Already kind of toasty out there, and it's only going to get more uncomfortable as the day continues. We've got some storms off to the west, so the western half of the country almost getting too much rain. For us, though, different situation. High pressure is our main weather maker. That's building in from the south, acting as a heat pump, and that's going to send our temperatures soaring over the next couple of days. Starting today. Today, very, very hot and humid. As we get into your Tuesday, similar setup. We'll start off really pleasant in the morning, but then as we zip through the afternoon, it's going to be pretty uncomfortable again. And this heat continues to build through midweek. It's not until week's end that we are tracking a weather maker that's actually going to send us a chance for rain, and it's not even a huge chance. Things will be spotty later Thursday, and then we'll catch a break from the heat after that. But we've got to get through 4 more hot days. Yesterday, we reached 98. Today, 99, feeling like triple digits. Same for Tuesday and Wednesday. Mid-90s on Thursday. We're finally back in the upper 80s by week's end. If you're headed back to school tomorrow, break out something summery. Not the fall attire just yet. Upper 70s to begin. Upper 90s to end things tomorrow. Make sure you send the kiddos with some water, too. Hydration will be key over the next several days. This heat wave takes us through Thursday. That's when we start to see some spotty storms develop and then some scattered activity Friday into Saturday. That's going to bring our temperatures back down. Eventually, we're back in the low 70s by the end of the weekend. Tom, Patrice?
Thank you, Amy. We'll do the intense heat this week. Some Baltimore City public schools will be dismissing early tomorrow and Wednesday and possibly Thursday. 12 schools are on the list. None have working air conditioning. Baltimore City school leaders said all schools would have working AC by the start of this school year, but that appears not to be the case. You can find more on early dismissals and the ongoing problems with the lack of air conditioning in city schools right on our website. It's foxbaltimore.com. Making your headlines this Monday morning, Maryland Governor Wes Moore announcing the details about his $4 billion plan to add toll lanes on parts of the Beltway and 270. According to MDOT, Phase 1 of the governor's project would put toll lanes on a new American Legion bridge, and then the lanes would go along 495 and up 270 to West Spur. Plus, Phase 1 also includes improvements for bikers and pedestrians.
The O's head out west and walk away with another series win against the D-backs. Still to come, we're going to break down the Birds' big West Coast victory.
Honky Tonk is coming to Maryland. Still ahead, where you can go and see some of your favorite country artists this weekend. 8:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning. Listen to a little bit of country music right here because a country concert experience is coming to White Marsh and some Nashville flair is on the ballot.
Dylan Davis joining us to talk about what the White Marsh Volunteer Fire Department has in store. And Dylan, Tom's been in here playing one of the artists that's coming to
Travis Denning.
Travis Denning. Yeah.
After a few.
This is what we're hearing in our commercial breaks now. But you got to come out there to hear the real deal.
Yeah. Travis Denning, Ashley Cook, Boot and Rally, they'll all be here. We're really excited to have them. After a Few is definitely a good one. You chose a good one to listen to there during the break.
Look at you, you're smiling. You like that one. So when is this happening?
So this will be September 9th, this Saturday.
Okay.
Gates open at 5. And concert starts at 6:15. So,
Dylan, the song is that Travis Denning is performing. One of his biggest ones is "After a Few." Are you going to be able to pick up a few when you go out there to that concert?
Hopefully, we'll see.
So, but you said there's vendors out there. So, tell me about the vendors.
Yeah, so we'll be selling Fields of Fire merch similar to the shirt that I'm wearing now. The artists will be selling their merch as well. We have the food, and as I said, we have Barks coming with their adoption wagon, which we're super excited about.
Okay, so wait a minute. He glossed over the food. That is a main thing for us around here. We like to talk about food, so let's linger there a little.
We're just gonna have some basic fare food, pretzels, some hot dogs, hamburgers, basic stuff.
Goes
Nothing
along
too
very
crazy.
well with
I
the
wish
cold
we had
beverages.
the pit beef.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
Yes,
But it goes along with the
exactly.
cold beverages right there. So we're talking about White Marsh Volunteer Fire Department, and this is going to be right on your property. But how long have you guys been putting on concerts, especially this size?
Yeah, so we have it on site. This is going to be our 5th year.
Nice.
This is going to be our 5th year doing it, so we're excited.
And you get a big crowd. Like, what's the crowd?
Well, we're hoping to have around 1,000 to 1,200 people.
Awesome.
So that's what we're staying.
That's a good party. That's a good party.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll continue playing. Back in with you here in just a little bit. Dylan, if you'd like some more information about how you can get some tickets for the White Marsh Volunteer Fire Department's concert, Fields of Fire, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
And today is Labor Day, and we're celebrating here at Fox 45. So coming up in our next half hour, we're going to show you some crab dishes that you can make for your Labor Day cookout.
And today we're going to feel just like those crabs, the heat, possibly record-breaking temperatures coming up. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking how long the hot summer temperatures will last. We are in September, remember that. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We are continuing our coverage into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the after-action report. Just ahead, the questions that remain.
And this morning, police in Pennsylvania continue their search for a convicted murderer. Just ahead from the Live Center, the new surveillance video from the multi-state manhunt.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Happy Labor Day.
Yeah, happy Labor Day.
Good morning to you. It's Monday, September 4th, but doesn't really feel like it.
No, it doesn't. In fact, it feels hot. And guess what else is hot? The Orioles right now securing their series win over Arizona. And the O's were up, then they were tied, then they finally widened the gap. It was back and forth, and they finally beat the D-backs 8-5. Today, the Orioles go back at it again. This time, though, they're headed to L.A.
Oh, well, the Birds are going to take on the Angels with first pitch 9:38 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, hot there on the field and also a hot here, no matter what you're doing for this Labor Day.
Right. If you want to smoke something outside, you might just smoke yourself, honestly.
Yeah, it's really hot out there. Good thing the Orioles are out of town actually this week. They're kind of jumping past this heat wave that we have as we head through this early September week. Not going to feel like September. Upper 70s to begin already this morning. So it is early and temperatures are heating up fast. As you get your dog out maybe this afternoon, keep it short. Remember, they get hot too, and the pavement temperatures are even hotter than the numbers you're seeing here. By 11 a.m., we're already reaching that 90-degree mark, and that's not the end. We're just going to keep on climbing, getting close to 100 today and feeling even hotter than that. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this heat's going to stick around, and we will look ahead to what to expect for once the Orioles eventually return back to Baltimore. We'll see if we're finally going to cool down by then. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Here are some things that you can do to keep yourself safe from this dangerous heat. You can wear loose, lightweight clothing, and use your oven less to help reduce the temperature inside your home. If you are outside, find some shade, wear a hat wide enough to protect your face and your ears. Drink plenty of water to stay hydrated.
All right, a look at your Lenstoller traffic network live at the Baltimore Regional cameras. Very, very, very clear this morning.
We do have a traffic alert for you, though, this morning. This is video that we took of Seminary Avenue. It's closed due to a water main break that happened Saturday, right before the Maryland Cycling Classic that was held Sunday. The MDOT employee telling Fox 45 News they're trying to get a contractor to fix the road that has buckled in certain spots. They don't know when it will be fixed since it is a holiday weekend. They say they didn't notify the state because it is not a state road.
This morning, we're continuing our coverage of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the after-action report into the shooting, detailing potential missteps in the mishandling of this case. Shannon Lilly joins us live now with how law enforcement's experts are responding and the questions they still have.
Yeah, lots of questions, Taylor, because this morning the case remains unsolved. Police are continuing to search for suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And this comes as experts are weighing in on that after-action report that we received just last week. One of the key findings you'll remember from that report, we're learning it showed that there were several dozen officers available from other parts of the city that could have been deployed to Brooklyn Day, but they were not until after the shooting. So we spoke with former FBI agent Tyrone Powers about that, and he is calling it a major misstep.
Anne Arundel County Police Department with Baltimore City Police Department both should have seen that this crowd was swelling. The fact that there was a little bit of indifference, the fact that Anne Arundel County was essentially called off, it is problematic.
Well, the report reads, quote, officer indifference may have compromised awareness, planning, and response to Brooklyn Day prior to the large crowds arriving. But Acting Police Commissioner Worley also says his officers were not properly informed ahead of the block party. So Peace Chairman Giovanni Patterson is weighing in with the remaining questions about the mediation led by Safe Streets workers that day.
What happens with Safe Streets? I mean, you have these guys in 4 out of 5 mediations or 4 out of 5 of their interactions involve weapons. So what happens with the weapons when they leave the mediation?
So that is a question that we are continuing to work to get answers to as this investigation continues. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the 3 organizations that have released their after-action reports just last week. Our complete coverage is available online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
In Anne Arundel County, state police say a 65-year-old man was arrested for alleged sexual solicitation. Investigators tell Fox 45 News not even 2 weeks ago, Luis Esteban Bernuda engaged in an inappropriate text online with who he thought was a 13-year-old girl. It was actually an undercover officer. Bernuda is currently being held without bond at the Anne Arundel County Detention Center.
In Prince George's County, authorities are now investigating an ambulance fire that spread through a fire station in Upper Marlboro.
The ambulance did burn with so much intensity that it scorched the side of Rescue Squad 20. It melted the lights and burned the paint off of the side. The fire burned up into the ceiling and partially through the roof of the firehouse. So we have significant damage.
Thankfully, no one was hurt. Now, this older building did have some smoke alarms, but there were no sprinklers. Now, while an investigation is underway, fire crews tell us that they will be working from a station right down the road with no service interruptions.
1 week and then week one kicks off across the NFL, and the season gets underway Thursday with the Lions and the Chiefs, but the Ravens have to wait for the Texans to arrive next Sunday afternoon. It's a long season until week 18 in January, but Sunday is a preview and part of the Ravens building process. A team with high expectations inside and outside their building, but the same can be said for a handful of teams expected to make a Super Bowl run this year. And like every team in the NFL, the Flock will have to fight off for a spot in the playoffs.
We feel good about our team. You know, every team is trying to build the best team they can. You know, I think we always joke, like the draft, we look at our draft board and we're always excited about the players that we got. And then we look over there and we see what the Steelers did and what the Bengals did, and we're like, man, they got better too. So they're great teams. The Browns are an excellent team. We respect all those guys. Every game is going to be very, very challenging and very tough.
The Labor Day weekend, it's been a violent one so far, as Baltimore has seen more than 9 shootings since Friday, topping your 9 o'clock hour. The community response to the ongoing city in crisis.
And it's scorching hot across Maryland, and it's only going to get hotter.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson returning with everything you need to know about this week's heat wave. 8:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local.
This morning from the Live Center, police in Pennsylvania are continuing their search for convicted murderer Daniele Cavalcante. For 5 days now, he's been able to evade police after escaping from a Chester County prison last Thursday. He made a break for it while awaiting a transfer to a state prison. Now, this morning, investigators believe they have a potential sighting on their hands. Take a look at this. Surveillance video shows Cavalcante creeping through a wooded area around 2 a.m. Saturday. Just over a mile from the prison he escaped from days prior. Now, officers say he's wearing a white T-shirt, gray shorts, and white sneakers.
What we want to focus on is finding this individual. He's an extremely dangerous person. We're asking the public's help. We believe he possibly could be hiding in the area. And again, like I said, it's a very rural area. We're asking all the neighbors in this area to keep an eye out.
The Chester County District Attorney is saying they have reason to believe their suspect is heading south. Law enforcement officers have been using drones, helicopters, dogs, all to locate him. He was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend just last month. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center.
Ever since the Russian invasion began in Ukraine, the Ukrainians have been pleading the world for help. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, one Maryland business owner risked his safety to provide Ukraine with training and resources. Plus, the Maryland Child Victims Act goes into effect in less than a month. Coming up after the break, sexual abuse attorney joining us to explain how and why October 1st will unlock a path to healing for child sex abuse victims in Maryland. 8:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. A44, a legal fight here in Maryland and all across the nation on how long is too long to report child sex abuse. From Catholic churches to Olympic doctors, U.S. has been in a battle for privacy rights. And October 1st is a date for survivors. Joining us now, Sarah Klein is a sexual abuse attorney and survivor advocate at Manley Stewart in Finaldi and is the host of the podcast Bar Fights, taking on issues that matter. And you come across soft-spoken, but you are feisty.
Well, thank you so much.
Yes.
It's issue of protecting kids, right? There's a right side of history and a wrong side of history, and I'm going to protect kids every chance I get.
This is personal to you, too. It started that way. Is that right? Or was it before the Olympics and before when you were actually performing?
So I became a lawyer in my 20s, but I became a lawyer representing survivors of sex abuse after I went through my own case as a victim of child sex abuse, which played out on the national stage, the Larry Nassar case, and I'm taking what happened to me and using it for good. And so here we are in Maryland.
You've been doing this, though, an advocate, and not only here in the U.S., but international. I mean, you've gotten some honors. You've been the Asher Award, you've got that award. You've been given a lot of accolades for your fight. So you are a fighter, and you're helping people kind of get past this and not have this happen again. So first of all, I want to say thank you very much for coming in here at Fox 45 and sitting with us. What can we do next, and what will October 1st do for anybody that is out there going, okay, I don't know if this really happened, or, well, that was 20 years ago, so I'm well past it.
Yeah, well, Maryland has done an amazing thing, which is to eliminate the statute of limitations for victims of child sex abuse to come forward, name their abuser in a court of law, and seek justice. And it's really something remarkable. Not many states have done something like this. It's a fight, but statute of limitations are archaic and they protect perpetrators. And so in April, the Attorney General of Maryland came forth with a report about clergy sex abuse in the state and naming all sorts of perpetrators, and not only just the perpetrators, but the cover-up that ensued. And so we're here
And a lot argue that is the worst part, the cover-up. The cover-up that many even argue today is still going on.
Absolutely. And so survivors in the state of Maryland, whether you were abused 20 years ago, 40 years ago, or yesterday, now have an unlimited amount of time to come forward, name their abuser, and seek access to the courts.
Sarah, real quick, though, just running out of time right now, but when you start talking about somebody maybe 30, 40 years ago, it was a stigma to actually have your name out there, be able to say people may have thought that was embarrassment, but yourself and hundreds, if not thousands of others have been coming forward. So now is the time where they need to come over and make this clean. What kind of impact, if they do not come forward, would you tell somebody that is a victim out there if they kept it quiet?
Well, the average age of reporting child sex abuse is 52 years old because people are carrying this. And my message to survivors out there, whether it was yesterday or 40 years ago, you're not alone. You don't have to carry this anymore. Let's have the conversation, let's talk about it, and let's shine a light on it so that no child is ever harmed again.
How can they reach out to you?
I'm at Manley, Stewart, and Finaldi. My law firm is national, and Instagram, Sarah G. Klein.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Sarah, great to have you in here, and thank you for fighting.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that. We want to get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson talking about the heat, and it's dangerous heat out there, Amy.
Yeah, dangerous heat not only today, but because it's going to last for several days in a row. So no chance to really cool down, especially if you don't have air conditioning. I am tracking extreme heat this week, getting underway today as highs soar into the upper 90s. Storms hold off until much later this week. That's going to bring our temperatures down, so it won't be quite as hot by the weekend. Some good news there. Already, I'm looking at a heat index, feeling like we're in the mid and upper 70s, near 80 already this morning, and only getting hotter as we head through the afternoon. Feeling like we're in the upper 90s, triple digits by lunchtime today. By day's end, pretty uncomfortable stuff. Feeling like we're close to 105 here in Baltimore, 103 in Cockeysville. As we head through Monday evening into Tuesday morning, not much of a cool down. Still kind of sticky. Upper 70s, low 80s Tuesday morning. Zipping through the afternoon, upper 90s and triple digits again. So still feeling stifling as we head through the day tomorrow. And we are near record highs, actually crushing record highs over the next couple of days. Today, temperatures off the charts. We're aiming for a high of 99. Current record stands at 96 from 2019. 98 tomorrow is what we're forecasting. 96 is the current record for that day. And then on Wednesday, 98 degrees technically, feeling like 98 too. And that is set from 1983. So getting awfully close to records over the next 3 days. A very long heat wave. We haven't seen one this long since July 2020. So it's been quite some time. So here are some tips to keep in mind. It's September, but you still have to stay hydrated, drink lots and lots of water when temperatures reach these extreme levels. Loose, lightweight clothing, highly recommended. Take breaks in the air conditioning or the shade, and check in on your neighbors and your pets and make sure they're staying safe too. If you are missing the fall-like temperatures, just wait another week. September 11th through the 17th looks like a decent chance we'll see below average temperatures return to our area. But in the meantime, it's still very summery. Tons of sunshine next couple of days. Highs soaring into the upper 90s, mid-90s through Thursday. That's the end of our heat wave. And then a weather maker pushes through. This will send us some much needed relief. We're back in the 80s on Friday, mid-80s on Saturday, low 80s by Sunday. And yeah, we are tracking that chance for some much needed rainfall too, with some scattered storms Friday into Saturday. Tom?
All right, it's Labor Day and it's time to fire up that grill. If you're from Maryland, you know what exactly we're firing up today. Good morning to you. We got Elliot during Cash Crab. And you're gonna tell us how to do this, right? Because I've never done this
So
before.
it's a whole process. It's not that hard, but we'll just start from right here.
Go ahead.
Let's say we would pull it out of here or out of there.
Okay. What's
Basically,
happening over here?
we would be seasoning the crab. So we'll show you some finished ones. He can season them right here. So that would be the end process.
All right, shake.
But here's a live crab. So we would take the live crab and then we would come over to the steamer, drop the bottom from right here. Drop them in there, and then we'll be taking some seasoning. All right.
And so you put the seasoning inside of the steamer. Okay. Oh, I see.
There's some steaming already, but we put that just to show you an example.
So how long do you do this for?
About 25 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
If you're steaming less, this one right here can cook actually 2.5 bushels in about 12 minutes.
Okay.
But the average time in your regular pot that everyone can have at home, this one's empty, that you can have at home, this one would take about 25 to 30 minutes.
25 to 30 minutes.
Yes.
And then so what happens when you're on the grill?
Yeah, so on the grill over here, we have open face. So pretty much we have them right here. We season them.
I can tell you right now, we've got a few aunties and moms and dads who are smashing
Yeah,
their
they're probably
legs,
gonna love
Captain's
it.
Crab,
Then we
ready
got
for
some of the
Labor
butter.
Day. Oh, and the butter. Perfect time. Okay. Oh!
Ooh.
Well, that's a saucy cash crab. Okay, so as folks get outside, it's going to be hot outside, and they start to do their crabs, they start to get their grill fired up, what would you recommend as the best tip to be prepared for the Labor Day feast?
For the Labor Day feast, I would say, of course, you need crabs. You can't have Labor Day without crabs. I think you want to come get some of these. We have shrimp, we have crabs, and we have open face. You can't have Labor Day without crabs and spend the time with your family.
So, Elliot, it sounds like your advice is to leave the hard work to you guys and just kind of eat the crabs on this Labor Day.
The hard work to us. We'll steam the crabs because I'm trying to get rid of them, all of them, so I can go grill for my family today.
Look, I've learned a few tips. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand you back this glove. I'm not so good at it, but we'll send it back to you guys in studio.
All right, Terry. Yeah,
and we'll
thank you.
continue to cook our crabs up.
Seriously, either on the grill or steamed right there, Cash Crab has you covered. Today, as you know, is Labor Day, where many of your essential hotspots may be closed. Still ahead, I want to share with you what stores and businesses are open and which ones are closed for the federal holiday. Kids might be back in school, but that doesn't mean that you should put aside your workout routine. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, simple exercises that you can do even on your busiest days. Speaking of your busiest days, if you're headed out and about in this heat, before you step out in it, you may want to grab that hot coffee indoors and enjoy a coffee.
In your morning business report, Apollo Imports is recalling 3 models of its electric scooters due to fall hazards. According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, it received at least 7 reports of bolts breaking. 3 people were injured. Now, this recall includes Apollo Phantom V1, V2, and 6V electric scooter models. The affected models were sold between June of 2021 and May of this year. They're advising people to stop using those scooters and contact Apollo for a free replacement bolt.
Labor Day, it's here. So we have many operations and businesses closed today. But here's a look at what is and is not working for your Labor Day. Banks and post offices, they are closed. ATMs and some online services may be available. Government offices will be closed for the federal holiday. UPS stores will not be open. FedEx operates on modified hours but will not be picking up or doing deliveries. Big box store Costco is not open today, but Target, Walmart, Starbucks, and McDonald's, they're all open for business.
All right, let's go ahead and check on your steals and deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
As we get older, there's a problem we all deal with, a little bit of gray hair. And going to the salon is expensive and it takes time. Well, I have a solution for you that you can use at home. It's called True Hair. And I love this because it extends those salon appointments. What you do, it's very easy. I get a little gray on the side right here. I can pop that in. Or if you want a larger area, you just go inside the part. This brush will go completely where you want it to go. It's not messy. I love it. You can do it after every shampoo and it stays put. And I like it better than the sprays that kind of get everywhere. And it looks really natural. There's no fussing. There's no back combing. It just gives a coverage and it makes your hair look fuller. And I use it in areas that are large or small. And I just think it's great to have an at-home solution. And getting your hair colored, as I said, is expensive. But most of all, what I don't like, it's time consuming. So this will extend your salon visits by maybe 3 weeks. And you can choose your color. True Hair has 10 different colors, so you can actually match. And right now we're offering 29% off on True Hair. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, and Towson as we track severe heat moving into our region today. Through the middle of the week, starting today through the middle of the week, will be the hottest days of the year, possibly record-breaking temperatures.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Labor Day. It is Monday, September 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Let's go ahead and check with meteorologist Amy Aronson. We've both been outside already today, and
the hair can, we'll let you know that. It's a big frizz now.
Yeah, I've been avoiding that. The air conditioning feels awesome, and if you can stay inside today, stay nice and cool. But if you're going to be venturing out, of course, you want to stay safe. This is what you're up against. Upper 70s, low 80s to begin. So not awful at the moment, but it is going to get pretty uncomfortable this afternoon. So as you plan out your Labor Day, maybe you're thinking ice cream, go for it. Today is the day for something cool. Mid-90s at lunchtime, near 100 by day's end. If we actually reach 100, it'll be the first time the airport has done that since July 20th, 2020. So it's been quite some time. And this is just the start of what's going to be a prolonged September heat wave. I'll let you know exactly how long it's going to last this week in 10 minutes. Taylor, Patrice?
All right, Amy. Well, here are some things you can do to keep yourself safe from the heat. Make sure you wear loose, lightweight clothing. Use your oven less to help reduce the temperature in your home. If you're outside, find some shade, wear a hat wide enough to protect your face, and drink plenty of water to stay hydrated. Our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network taking a live look at some of the cameras across the Baltimore region this morning, and we are looking good. Smooth sailing out on the roads.
We do have a traffic alert for you this morning on Seminary Avenue. It's closed due to a water main break that happened the day before the Maryland Cycling Classic on Saturday. An MDOT employee tells Fox 45 News they're trying to get a contractor there to fix the road that has buckled in spots, but they don't know when it will be fixed since today's a holiday. They say they did notify the state because it's not a state road.
Developing now, after a long August recess, lawmakers are preparing to return to Washington.
And there's a lot to get done and very little time to do it. Sinclair National correspondent Christine Frizzell is live on Capitol Hill with the latest.
Good morning, Patrice and Taylor. So the Senate returns tomorrow and the House next week. And after a pretty quiet few weeks here, there's no one here who thinks things are not going to get contentious. Passing a budget is, of course, one of the primary responsibilities of Congress, but doing so by the September 30th deadline will be next to impossible. So you have people like Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, but also Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who say they support buying some time with a continuing resolution to push the deadline to the end of the year. But some have said no and plan to push back. So if they're not able to get it passed, a government shutdown could happen before the end of this month. Now, Republicans in the House, of course, just have a 5-seat majority, which means some of the loudest voices in the room, like the Freedom Caucus, they're going to be making some demands, including major spending cuts, also pushing forward a border security bill, which already passed in the House, strictly on party lines. And we also have Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who says she won't vote for a new spending bill unless it includes opening up an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. President Biden, by the way, also submitted a proposal of $40 billion spending package, which includes funds for natural disasters, the war in Ukraine, and additional border security. Taylor, Patrice.
All right, Christine, speaking of the President Biden preparing for the Group of 20 summit next week. And this morning we're learning that one of the key members has decided not to attend. So what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we're talking about Chinese President Xi Jinping. The Associated Press is reporting he'll be sending a representative, but that he won't attend himself. Now, this comes after President Biden said he had hoped to meet with President Xi at the G20. And after a visit to China last week by Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, which didn't appear to, yield any breakthroughs in the standoff between the two countries. The biggest fear here is that China is further isolating itself by not attending meetings like the G20 and instead spending more time and energy cozying up to leaders like President Vladimir Putin, whose invasion of Ukraine has set off alarm bells that China could be next with an attack on Taiwan, diminishing opportunities for President Biden and President Xi to meet. Some worry could really translate to the gap between China and the West only growing bigger.
All right, Christine Frizzell, live in Washington. Thank you.
Another senseless, cowardly act of gun violence in our city that strikes a young child who's now in the hospital.
We have to deal with the prevalence of guns in our community, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's the right thing to do.
Topping local news, we begin in a city in crisis. It has been a violent Labor Day weekend. At least 9 shootings across the city leaves 1 man dead and multiple others injured.
Shannon Lilly is live with a closer look at the cases and how people in the community are responding. Shannon.
Well, one of those shooting incidents, Taylor and Patrice, happened right here in the heart of Fells Point. In fact, police say officers followed a blood trail right here from Fleet Street in Broadway, and they followed it to a gunshot victim along Orland Street and North Central Avenue. So people
Well, in just more than a week, state lawmakers will hold a hearing in Annapolis to discuss juvenile crime in Maryland.
It's not a special session, though, and cannot be used to enact new laws or change the existing ones.
Now, this comes after several violent incidents involving juveniles in Baltimore over the past 2 months. Fox 45 News has obtained video of an 11-year-old who was let out of handcuffs after allegedly stealing a car. Police say he can't face any charges because of his age. In mid-August, 3 teens were arrested after allegedly shooting at police from a stolen car and then fleeing into a nearby home in Northeast Baltimore. 2 of those suspects are under 18, and police say both have previously been arrested for auto theft.
And then just last week, a 14-year-old was one of 2 teens arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Fox 45 News has learned that 14-year-old was wearing an ankle monitor at the time. He's one of 2 teen suspects who were wearing an ankle monitor at the time of the shooting, and it's raising questions about the Department of Juvenile Services and how they monitor children in their system.
It has to be a 24-hour monitoring, 7 days a week. They have to respond if the child is absent or not compliant with the terms of GPS and from detention.
We are literally saying, what do we need to do more rapidly so that
kids know right away, you cannot mess around with this. This is serious stuff. And so that's evolving.
Well, several states' attorneys across Maryland say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable.
What we're realizing when we talk to young people is that young people, the juveniles, know there's nothing that we can do.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them, they're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one, can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day.
Well, the state's attorneys are taking issue with two laws in particular. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. And the Child Interrogation Act keeps police from questioning juveniles without a parent or attorney present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during this year's legislative session, but didn't approve any changes.
Senator Jill Carter authored and sponsored some of the legislation in question. She stands by her laws. In a conversation with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost, Carter said she does not think the laws are the main issue contributing to juvenile crime. City State Attorney Ivan Bates disagrees.
I think that police and prosecutors need to be better educated if they're believing that they can't do anything, which I don't know why they would believe that.
There's nothing the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable, and they're doing whatever they want.
Fox 45 News also sent questions to Governor Wes Moore's office last month, asking about what changes need to be made to hold juveniles accountable. In response, the governor's office sent us a statement saying the governor will continue working with legislators and community leaders to bring solutions that provide real measures of accountability.
That brings us to our question of the day. What would you like the governor to do about juvenile crime before the next legislative session? Listen to prosecutors or make no changes? And as you can see so far of those who have voted, 95% say listen to prosecutors. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
All right, let's go ahead and get another check of your forecast. Meteorologist Amy Aronson, what is it like outside?
Yeah, I mean, you've been out there. It's hot already. Temperatures are heating up quick. Maybe your plans today take you out on the bay on the water. Not quite as unbearable there, but still pretty toasty. So take certain precautions. Stay hydrated. Don't forget the sunscreen. We are in the upper 80s as early as lunchtime, mid-90s to wrap things up with winds coming in from the northwest at about 5 knots on the bay. Now, this is just the start of a very long heat wave, a long September heat wave. I'll let you know exactly how long it's going to last and what it means for the week ahead in 10 minutes. Back to you.
All right, and taking a look at our Linsolar traffic network, people up and out on this Labor Day, but no issues. Everybody moving along just fine. Well, still ahead, it was supposed to be a fun outdoor festival, but it turned into a disastrous situation. Coming up, how soons could reopen at Burning Man after unexpected rains closed them down.
But first, helping those in need. We'll introduce you to a Maryland man who's risked his safety to help those in Ukraine. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:12. In February of 2022, the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, and ever since then, Ukrainians have been fighting for their freedom.
And one Maryland business owner has risked his safety to provide Ukraine with training and resources.
Olivia Dan spoke with him about his firsthand experiences in Ukraine. She has more.
Ever since the Russian invasion, life for the Ukrainian people hasn't been the same.
It's total war for Ukraine.
For Lance Zoll, founder of Baltimore Ghosts, the war has a personal impact, as his friend Ivan lives in Ukraine. Zoll immediately took action, forming the Ghosts of Liberty, with the plan of hiring people with extensive military experience to go to Ukraine and train civilians. But those plans changed.
They all dropped out. They were too scared to go to the country, being that it was really urgent. And Ivan just said, hey, just come over, train us something. And now he was part of a group of about 80 guys.
Zoll served in the Marine Corps about 15 years ago. After brushing up on his military manuals, he flew out to Ukraine at the end of March last year.
I was scared going over there. I'd never been to the country before. It was under siege.
He spent a month training the group of 80 civilians how to defend themselves against the Russian military. Zoll, the only one with military experience. The men he trained weren't fighters. Before the war, they were artists, doctors, real estate investors, and more.
So the first thing that I did was teach them first aid. I said, before you learn how to take a life, you're going to learn how to save a life.
Out of the group of 80, a handful have been captured, killed, or wounded by Russians, risking everything for their freedom. Since that first trip, Zoll has gone back to Ukraine 3 more times, delivering supplies all over the country.
We would like to thank Lance and Ghosts of Liberty for providing this equipment.
His most recent trip was in June, each time putting his life on the line.
On my last trip out, I had three kamikaze drones land about 200 meters from where I was and just kind of shook the ground. And so that was probably the closest call I have.
Paying for everything out of his own pocket, Zoll is constantly looking for more ways to help.
What Putin is doing and what he's been doing is very evil. He's a crook. He's a criminal. He is not an elected representative. He's a dictator. And he needs to be stopped.
After seeing war firsthand, Zoll's focus now is on making Americans aware of the horror that's happening in Ukraine. I'm Olivia Dance reporting, Fox 45 News.
Making headlines this morning, Americans want a code of ethics for the Supreme Court. It comes as the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas ended a months-long saga last week by officially disclosing trips paid for by GOP megadonor Harlan Crow. The incident brought to light a key fact. Unlike other federal courts and the executive and legislative branches, the Supreme Court does not have a formal ethics code. A UMass Amherst poll conducted a few months ago asked whether the Supreme Court should have a formal code of ethics. About 90% of Americans said it should, only 10% saying it should not.
Roads out of the Burning Man Festival may reopen today. Burning Man organizers say attendees should expect to start leaving the Black Rock Desert event grounds as clear skies are forecast. Roads in and out of the area have been closed since Saturday after heavy rains covered the area with deep mud. Burning Man organizers said Sunday night that about 72,000 people remained at the site. Attendees of the festival were told to conserve food, water, and fuel. In Maui, the official list of those missing from the devastating wildfires is still above 380, the number largely unchanged from when the FBI first published that list last week. They say since then, nearly 250 people have been located and removed from the list, and a nearly equal number of new names added. It is a startling departure from the governor's prediction from earlier this week when he said he believed the number would fall below 100. At least 115 people died in the Lahaina blaze. It is now considered the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Hawaii is once again welcoming visitors. The state's tourism authority approved more than $2.5 million for a new marketing campaign aimed at helping communities devastated by last month's wildfires. It comes after House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and a delegation of other U.S. lawmakers toured the damage in Lahaina. Well, it's 9:17 now, and we need to get a check of our forecast here.
Yes, we do. Meteorologist Amy Aronson, is it already heating up?
Yeah, already heating up fast. Plus, we've got drought concerns. So this week we could really use the rain. We're not tracking that. We're just tracking some heat instead. Abnormally dry in the Baltimore area. That's the yellow you see here on the drought monitor. If you're included in this tan color here, a moderate drought underway. So that's areas north and west, areas like Carroll County experiencing that. Now, I have a feeling we're going to see more yellow show up here in the week ahead. This will update come Thursday. And that's because I'm not tracking rain this week. Instead, I'm just tracking intense heat and humidity, especially for early September standards. Numbers are warming up fast, already breaking into the 80s in a lot of spots on the board here. Mid 80s already at the Inner Harbor, low 80s at the airport. We are well on our way to record levels today. Meanwhile, in the west, it looks like showers and storms lingering there. That's where we find an actual weather maker. For us, the only weather maker I'm tracking is high pressure. That's sitting to our south. That's directing that hot and humid air our direction and will continue to act as a heat pump in the days ahead. So we are looking at dry conditions here, not tracking much of anything on Future Scan, just tons of sunshine. Not only today, but clear skies will follow tomorrow too. It looks like this pattern will actually stick with us through at least midweek. Starting on Thursday, we see some changes. We see them bubbling up off to our west here. That's where we find our next cold front. That's going to scoot its way in from the west as we head throughout the day on Thursday. Thursday also starts off dry, but I think it will slow down a little bit and send us some spotty showers and potentially some storms by the end of the day. And then that's going to impact our forecast for the end of the week heading into the weekend. But before that arrives, it's all about the heat. This could be our longest stretch of 90-degree temperatures in quite some time, since July 2020, actually. We haven't reached 100 degrees this year. We actually haven't reached it in several years. So if we get up to 100 today, first time that's happened since July 20th in 2020. 99, that's what we're aiming for, at least 15 degrees above average. 98 both Tuesday and Wednesday. Mid-90s through Thursday. That's the end of the heat wave. Then that cold front comes through, brings us back into the upper 80s starting on Friday. But if you're planning out back to school outfits for tomorrow after the holiday today, break out the summer stuff still. It's going to be hot out there. So if you are having outdoor recess, upper 80s is what you're going to want to dress for at that point. Upper 90s, feeling like triple digits to wrap up the day. And that's going to be the story each and every day this week. We've got tons of sunshine Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Highs in the upper 90s. Mid-90s will follow on Thursday with some spotty storms, and then activity does become more scattered Friday and Saturday. And that's what brings an end to this hot September stretch. We're back in the mid-80s on Saturday. Sunday looks awesome. We're drier with highs returning to the low 80s. Back to you.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network now as we take a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard, where traffic is moving nicely for your Labor Day.
Still ahead, taking to the skies to patrol the ground. How police in New York are using drones to patrol parties this Labor Day holiday.
And here at home, a new report is highlighting the mistakes made by police before and after the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. A closer look coming up. 9:20, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
9:23. This concert might be a rockin' Nashville experience, but it also benefits a good cause.
That's right. Dylan Davis with the White Marsh Volunteer Fire Department is with us to talk about this weekend's benefit concert. Good morning, Dylan.
Good morning.
So we've been talking all morning long about all the music that's going to be there. Families get out, have a good time. But talk about why you're doing this.
So we do this to fundraise, and that's the biggest thing. It's not just this event. We have events all year long. This is definitely a large one, to say the least. But it's so we can get our apparatus out on the road. We can have crews here ready to answer the calls, not just for White Marsh, but for Baltimore County as a whole.
And you guys really have some good acts lined up for this concert. Tom was playing some of the music a little bit earlier. Who's playing?
Yeah, so we have Travis Denning, Ashley Cook, and we have our local band, Boot and Riley.
And you said earlier it's a family fun event. So, I mean, not just adults, bring everybody.
Oh yeah, bring everybody. Bring the kids, grandma. I know my grandmother's coming. Bring anybody you want.
And if you're an animal lover, even better, because you could come to see a concert and go home with a pet. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna have a trailer here with adoptable animals here for the first part of the concert, and they're all ready to be taken to a loving and caring home.
So a lot going on there. Make your final pitch as to why folks should come out there and support the White Marsh Volunteer Fire Department.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was saying, just tell folks why it's important to make sure that we support the White Marsh Volunteer Fire Department.
Well, it's important because we have volunteers here around the clock, all hours of the day, ready to answer calls for service, and we need funding. That's the biggest thing. We need money to make sure that our apparatus is maintained properly, our station's maintained properly, and make sure that we can answer those calls whenever they come in.
All right, and it's going to be a good time out there. So tell everybody when it's happening and how they can still get tickets.
September 9th, gates open at 5. Concert starts at 6:15. Nice ice-cold beverages for you, and you can get tickets at www.wmbfc.org/concert.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Dylan.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Flash news links.
Still ahead, a convicted killer on the run after escaping from a prison in Pennsylvania, where he was spotted as the search now spans multiple states.
And we are continuing our coverage of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the after-action report recently released. Just ahead, the questions that remain. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday. It's Labor Day, and it is coming up on 9:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We were just talking about, and I have to tell them because we were just talking about baking cookies, air fryers. How young is too young for Naomi or your child to start surprising you with cookies when you get home?
Oh, way too young now. So
Really?
she saw how the process worked. We made cookies in the air fryer yesterday, and she's like, oh, wow, that's super easy. And I'm like, it is.
Yes.
But no, you can't do it unless you are supervised, because she's like, cookies all the time.
Right. You could be doing cookies whenever.
But this is a good way to not use your oven today, because you don't want the oven on in the house because it's so hot. Meteorologist Amy Aronson would agree, right?
Yeah, I would agree. And you see these experiments when temperatures reach these levels, like can you bake cookies on the dashboard of your car? So if you want to get creative today, yeah, maybe try something out. But of course, never leave your car parked with a child or a pet in it, especially over the next couple of days. It's going to be really, really hot out there. So that's one of the safety tips to keep in mind. Temperatures are already off to a warm start, low 80s to begin. It's only going to get hotter. So it's early this morning and we're in the 80s. Here's a preview of how hot it's going to get and feel. Actual temperatures make a run for near 100 degrees today. It's going to feel even hotter. So definitely feeling like the triple digits. Stay hydrated, take breaks from the sun, and take breaks in the air conditioning if possible to stay cool and stay safe. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this heat wave's going to last and what finally brings it to an end. Back to you.
All right. Thinking about chocolate chip cookies and making a run. In fact, if you wanted some chocolate chip cookies right now, you could easily make it to the store in your Lynn Stoller traffic network. There are no issues to report in the roads here around the Baltimore region, so head out and bring us some cookies. We're at 41st Street, 2000 West 41st Street in the WBFF building. 9:31, we have some continuing coverage this morning as Baltimore police are still searching for the suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. None of the 4 suspects in custody have been charged with murdering 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez or 20-year-old Khalis Fagbemi. And acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley says the investigation is far from over.
I want to be very clear, this investigation is not ending anytime soon. Every tool in our tool belt will be used to identify and apprehend those responsible for this horrific and tragic incident.
This morning, we are continuing our coverage of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the after-action report into that shooting, detailing potential missteps in the handling of the case. Shannon Lilly joining us live with how a law enforcement expert is responding and the questions that still remain. Shannon?
Yeah, lots of questions, Patrice, because this morning the case remains unsolved. Like you guys said, Baltimore police continue to search for suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And this comes as experts are weighing in on that after-action report that we received just last week. One of the key findings in that report, you'll remember, we learned that there were several dozen officers available from other parts of the city that could have been deployed to Brooklyn Day, but they weren't until after the shooting had already happened. So we spoke with former FBI agent Tyrone Powers about that. He's calling it a major misstep.
Anne Arundel County Police Department with Baltimore City Police Department both should have seen that this crowd was swelling. The fact that there was a little bit of indifference, the fact that Anne Arundel County was essentially called off, it is problematic.
Now, the report reads, quote, officer indifference may have compromised awareness, planning, and response to Brooklyn Day prior to the large crowds arriving. But acting Commissioner Worley also says his officers were not properly informed ahead of the block party. So Peace Chairman Giovanni Patterson is weighing in with the remaining questions about the mediation led by Safe Streets workers that day.
What happens with Safe Streets? I mean, you have these guys in 4 out of 5 mediations or 4 out of 5 of their interactions involve weapons. So what happens with the weapons when they leave the mediation?
And that's a question that we're continuing to try to get answers to as this investigation also continues. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, Fox 45 News has reported extensively on the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the 3 agencies that released the after-action report last week. Our complete coverage is available online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
This morning, police in Pennsylvania continue their search for a convicted murderer.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on the now multi-state manhunt. Taylor.
You guys, this is Danilo Cavalante. He has been on the run now for 5 days after police say he escaped from a Chester County prison last Thursday. He made a break for it while awaiting a transfer to a state prison. This morning, investigators believe they have a potential sighting on their hands. Take a look at this. Surveillance video shows Cavalcante creeping through a wooded area just before 2 a.m. Saturday. It's just a mile from the prison he escaped from days before. In the video we have here you can see it. He's wearing a white t-shirt, gray shorts, and white sneakers, according to police. Take a listen to this.
What we want to focus on is finding this individual. He's an extremely dangerous person. We're asking the public's help. We believe he possibly could be hiding in the area. And again, like I said, it's a very rural area. We are asking all the neighbors in this area to keep an eye out.
Now, the Chester County District Attorney says he's likely heading south. Law enforcement officers have been using drones, helicopters, and dogs to try to track him down. We're going to continue to follow this investigation as he continues to be on the run this morning. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Well, making headlines right now, a Minnesota prison is in emergency lockdown after about 100 inmates refused to return to their cells. Now, no injuries have been reported, and it remains unclear why they're refusing to return. But according to the state's Department of Corrections, the situation at the Stillwater Correctional Facility is, quote, currently stable. They have since deployed a group of crisis negotiators, and tactical teams are reportedly preparing to enter. In total, roughly 1,200 inmates are being held at that facility.
Police in New York City out with a new controversial surveillance plane, if you will, this holiday weekend. The department is deploying nearly a dozen security drones to act as their eyes and ears at large festivities for their annual Caribbean festival. And they say it will help strengthen their response to emergency and non-emergency calls.
We'll apply the law when we have to. We'll give people breaks. We'll be compassionate. We'll make arrests when we have to, but firm but fair. We want everyone to have a celebratory weekend with the least amount of enforcement.
Well, police say they first used the tactic during the Pride Parade earlier this summer. However, the plan has received some backlash from privacy and civil liberties advocates who have raised questions on whether it violates existing laws for police surveillance. Coming up, concerns about a possible government shutdown. The talk's going on in D.C. over spending cuts.
And a live look outside on your Labor Day holiday. It's a great day for the pool as we could see triple digits. Coming up, how long this heat wave will last before rain moves in and cools things down. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day.
9:39, a government shutdown looming in Washington. Debate over government spending is brewing in Congress as lawmakers are returning from a month-long summer recess. While a debt ceiling deal is in place, House Republicans, they're trying to cut more spending, which could undo a spending bill in the Senate. A potential shutdown is on the table if a deal is not worked out. The uncertainty has business leaders on edge.
They are, I think, in some cases frustrated that this is how government operates. You know, what businesses need to be successful is predictability. You know, predictability, some semblance of, regular order.
Now, the White House is urging Congress to pass a short-term spending bill in order to avoid a shutdown. As it stands, the government is currently funded through the end of September.
All eyes will be on Senator Mitch McConnell as he returns to Washington this week. The top Republican froze again while speaking to reporters last Wednesday, raising questions over his ability to lead. Here's Senator Mike Rounds pushing back against those concerns.
Mitch is sharp and he is shrewd. He understands what needs to be done. I'll leave it up to him as to how he wants to discuss that with the American public, but there's no doubt in my mind that he is perfectly capable of continuing on at this stage of the game.
Meanwhile, Nikki Haley is calling McConnell's incident a symptom of a greater congressional problem. While on CBS, the GOP presidential candidate pointed out 90-year-old Senator Dianne Feinstein's health issues and called for a younger generation to lead Congress.
At what point do they get it's time to leave? They need to let a younger generation take over. We want to go and start working for our kids to make sure we have a strong national security, to make sure we have a stronger economic policy.
Haley has also previously called for congressional term limits and mental competency tests for all U.S. legislators. Well, still ahead, Get Fit with Fox. Coming up, we'll show you some exercises you can do that take just about 10 minutes a day.
And we're cooking with crab this Labor Day. Coming up, some tricks to getting the perfect flavors. You're watching Fox 45. Good day.
It is a stressful time of year. The kids are heading back to school. school, the whole family might be experiencing some anxiety. Personal training director for Brick Bodies, Jen Wall, is here to teach us some moves for a stress-relieving circuit. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we're back to school. It can be a very stressful time of the year. So exercise is a great stress reliever.
Okay.
So I tell people you need to make it intentional and put it on your calendar and never cancel on yourself.
And now that the kids are in school, parents, maybe you have more time, but you have to make the time.
You have to make the time.
Okay.
That's why I suggest putting it on your calendar. But I like to make exercise accessible. So we're going to go through 5 bodyweight movements today.
Okay.
10 minutes. 10 minutes, easy. It's a nice start to your day.
You can find that.
You can find 10 minutes. So we're gonna go through 5. So we'll start, everything we're gonna do 20 reps, but we'll start with a plank so you can do a plank for 20 seconds.
Okay.
So just coming down and you're just gonna hold a plank. It can be on your palms, you can even take it down to your elbows. That's really your choice. After that, I'm gonna go into some push-ups. So we're gonna come down and up. And we're gonna go through 20 of those. So 20 push-ups.
Or the modified version if you're new
you're just
to
gonna
it.
kind of come down to your knees and then come down.
And then build your way up, and the next thing you know, you'll be where you started.
And if you're not even on your knees, go to a wall.
Yep.
So
okay.
After that, we're gonna go through some squats. So we're gonna kind of sit back into those glutes, down, and lift it up. The biggest thing people make mistakes with the squat, leading with their knees over the toes.
Yes.
So I just say, pretend there's a chair behind you and just kind of sit back into that.
Right.
So go through 20 of those.
Okay.
Next up will be reverse lunges. So just take it back. You're gonna go through 20 of those. And then the last move is going to be jumping jacks. So good old jumping jacks.
And then people, you don't think about the jumping jacks, but jumping jacks are a great workout.
They're great. They're going to get you here, like you can hear my breath, so that gets your heart rate going. And again, if plyometrics is too much for people, just do jumping jack step outs.
Okay.
So that's a great 10-minute workout. The next thing I tell people, grab a backpack. Grab your own, weight it, or grab your kids.
Okay, because theirs are heavy these days, unfortunately.
They are. It's getting better with the laptops, but hook it on, walk your kids to school.
And there you go.
There you go.
You've got some work in. Oh, that's good. We can all do that. Thank you so much, Jen.
Absolutely.
Well, a health alert for you. A concerning new report says cancer patients aren't always getting the care they need because of the volume of red tape they have to deal with. A new study says cancer patients who had to contend with a lot of paperwork were 18% more likely to experience delays in getting their care or find themselves unable to stick to a treatment plan. Researchers found patients who had to deal with less red tape were more likely to get the care they needed. Health advocates are encouraging more good food as its own form of medicine, and they're seeing good results. An analysis of prescribing fruits and vegetables to adults and children shows more consumption of healthy foods and better health benefits. The study tracked people with cardiovascular risk and those with food insecurity issues. Improvements were seen in blood sugar and blood pressure levels. Food insecurity also decreased. Now to a bright spot for your morning. Cyclists and fans alike brave the heat for the second annual Maryland Cycling Classic. The 121-mile course began in Sparks. It went through the Baltimore County countryside before then wrapping up at the Inner Harbor around 5 p.m. yesterday. In the end, 22-year-old Matthias Sayelmosi of Denmark pulled away for the victory, finishing the course in 4 hours, 26 minutes. Even for the world's most elite athletes, the sweltering heat was an issue.
You get out there and they were really flat until the circuit is tearing really on the body, and also just the heat. Combination of everything is just making it a really hard race.
Well, the top American cyclist finished in second place, about 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind the winner. Not bad. All right, well, let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. Amy, I'm about to head back out for our last grilling forecast segment, and it's going to be hot out there.
Yeah, already 82 degrees, feeling a little warmer than that, so brace yourself for it. We've got the sunshine. We're well on our way to 99 today. Extreme heat takes over this week. It's actually going to last all week long. Storms don't return until the very end of the week, heading into the weekend, and that's when we're actually going to cool back down and say goodbye to this heat wave. Here's a quick look at how hot it feels right now. Already feeling like the mid-80s, little bit of humidity thrown in with the heat. That's what gives us our feel like temperatures or our heat index. This is how hot it's going to feel by by lunchtime, feeling like we're in the triple digits already, and that heat's going to stick around as we head through day's end. As we get into your Tuesday, not much different. Tomorrow morning, we start off uncomfortable. Upper 70s, low 80s to start. Another balmy day out there with temperatures in the stifling triple digits. That's how hot it's going to feel. Actual temperatures will be headed into record territory too, with highs in the upper 90s. So here are the records up for grabs for today. For example, the current record stands at 96 from 2019. We'll get awfully close. 99 is what we're forecasting today. Tomorrow, 98 degrees with the current record of 96, 1954. That's when that was set. And on Wednesday, 98 degrees. Record stands at 98 also from 1983. So here are some important tips to keep in mind, because I know it is September, so it's kind of unusual to see a long hot stretch like this. Hydrate, drink lots and lots of water, more than you normally do. Loose, lightweight clothing is highly recommended. And take breaks. Take your breaks in the shade, or better yet, the air conditioning. That's really the spot to be over the next couple of days. And don't forget to check in on your neighbors and your pets too, and make sure they're staying safe. Now, if you are just ready to jump into fall, I know a lot of folks are anxious for that. There is some good news on the horizon. This outlook comes from the Climate Prediction Center. It's their 8 to 14-day temperature outlook. Takes us from September 11th through the 17th, and there's a decent chance we'll see below average temperatures here in Baltimore and the Mid-Atlantic at that point. So that would be a welcome change for us, just not in the short term. Now, coming up in a couple of minutes, we'll take a look at our full 10-day forecast, and I'll let you know exactly how long this heat wave is going to last.
All right, thank you, Amy. And yeah, take a look at these guys right here. You're talking about birds and the bees. Most of us know about that, but what about crabs and the bees? We've got bees out here, and we've got Elliot Dern with Cash Crab. He's been hanging out with us all Labor Day, and he's got some seasoning, and he says, you know what? Hold off on that Old Bay. You don't always have to use Old Bay.
Old Bay, hold off on the J.O. This is the Cash Crab. Crab pepper house blend seasoning. It's the best seasoning you can have on your crabs. That's point blank period.
I don't see any ingredients on these bottles. This is top secret.
I mean, it's a part of the secret. If we gave it out, someone would probably try to take it. So we can't move that fast just yet. But we're moving, and we have them for y'all if y'all want them this weekend.
Maryland's known for crabs. I mean, everything about crabs. So why not grill out and cook up, steam up some crabs? That's what you do for a living.
Yes.
Where can we come and meet you, just in case we want to say, you know what? I want somebody else to do it today.
Okay, so today will be 7405 Liberty Road, and you can find us also on Instagram, XASHCRAB. It's also on the back of the shirt if you guys want to catch that.
Yeah, so right here.
Yeah, right here on the back of the shirt, yes. But we'll be there from 1 to 5 or 1 to sold out. It's right on Liberty Road. We'll be in front of the Dollar General. We're at different places. Our main place we're at is the Spot and the Empanada Lady. Our Empanada Lady brunch on Sundays that we do with her every Sunday is one of a kind. You guys got to come out.
All right, yeah, definitely. And I want to take you over here. Kenny's actually showing us some of the steamed crabs that you did. You have a commercial grade, and this is doing 2.5 bushels. Did I hear that?
Yeah, we can do 2.5 bushels in about roughly 9 to 11 minutes.
That's incredible. You don't see these in a lot of, right, you don't see this in a lot of people's backyards.
Custom built.
You're doing this. And what kind of crabs do you have to offer up right now?
Today we have males and females. What you see here is the females. Yeah. That's just a mix right here. But we're going to have males and females all sizes. So you can just reach out to us and we have you.
All right, well, coming up right after the break, we're going to go taking you live to Towson right here. You can feel the heat. You can see the heat on my face right now. We're going to try to avoid the bees and maybe bite into a crab here after the break when Amy Aronson gives us her 10-day forecast. Oh, Patrice, look at this. And we've got Taylor coming out here. They're going to be joining us here in just a little bit. Everyone else is running away.
Brave the bees.